Okay. So here I am back again. I already made the printer, the Mark III, but I also picked up the multi-material upgrades, so I can print things like multicolored items or things like, dissolvable support material. Uh, just for things that are a little more intricate and whatnot. So I'm not sitting there with a pair of pliers ripping off all the bridging material and whatnot. So yeah, this is it. I have never installed one before. I have never assembled one before. I have never opened the box before. So it's all brand new. I don't know what I'm doing. So you are figuring it out the same time I am. So yeah, let's get the box open and go from there. Okay, so 3D printing handbook, some paper stickers. Oh, before I get too much into this, one thing I'm also going to be doing while I'm in here ripping things apart and, well, possibly, I'm assuming I'm going to have to do something to the actual printer, is I'm also going to install my Ruby tip so I can print the really abrasive materials. So we'll get that going as well. Okay, congratulations on your new Prusa printer thing, blah, blah, blah. Like so. Dated March 29th, same date as the other one. Weight 3,689, so I guess 3.6 kilograms. The 3D printing handbook here is a little different than the one for the printer. So it's actually one for the multi-material one. So that is probably going to be handy for little things. So I'm going to make sure to keep that kind of close. Outer bows. So be sure, only pocket size. So I guess this isn't going to take nowhere near as long as the other one. Electronics for the MMU. This must be the control board. Got a cable. I've got I think these are filament trays. I'm pretty sure they would be. Yeah, so these are little filament trays. So I'm personally probably not going to use these in the grand scheme of things because I have a dry box setup I'm going to be using, and I'll be pulling the material from that into the machine. So these aren't real. I might use them today just for testing, but as for going forward long term, probably not. But I'll put them over there anyway. These, I don't know what these are. I don't know. Little black cards, but there's a bunch of them. 2, 3, 6 of them. So I don't know. Cool. We'll figure that out. Motors and multiplexer. So let's see what's in here. Oh, it's just the step motors. Okay. All right, so we'll put that to the side. That'll be important. We have a piece of cardboard for filler. We have buffer. Bag of buffer. We have the extruder, which I think is... I think it's an upgrade to. I think this goes as an upgrade onto the head of the printer. I'm like, do not quote me on that. I don't know. Bag of zip ties and a couple screws. Nothing left in the box. And then fasteners and plastic parts. So, kind of move everything around here. So we got all the plastic. So we got the idler body, the pulley body, electronics cover, rubber feet. Got some tools. I got some puller body, S holder, a lot of components, electronics, tubing, and I seem to be missing like an assembly manual. Unless it's online. I don't know. It must be. No, it has to be in this book. Like, I just assumed they would send you an install guide, but I could be entirely incorrect. I don't know. It's probably small enough you can probably printer assembly. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is probably gonna be online. News to me. Oh, it might help if I go to the right book. Let's start with that first. Off the bat, it shows it assembled. Yeah, so I'm gonna say the instructions are probably online, which okay. Everybody, these are 5 PTFE tubes. Those will go over there. Buffer stuff. Okay, so what I will do, kind of spread this all out. Yeah, it must be on their website. It's good that I got my phone here. Prusa multi material 2 assembly instructions. Assembly manuals. Visit our online manuals. I want. Okay. So apparently this is difficult to moderate. Take the box, get everything here, use the label, step 4, okay. It's kind of like, right now it's like a how-to video, I guess. And this is, let's see here. MK3S plus extruder disassembly. So that's what I got here, and that's step 2. So I will do that first. Before you start, make sure the film is unloaded, the property is probably cooled down, the printer is unplugged. You remove the steel sheet. This chapter is dedicated only to the MK3S Plus owner, which that is. Releasing the cable. Which cable? What am I doing? MK3S Plus, the exteriors are very similar. We just need to change a few parts, but we have to release the cable bundle. We need to gently pull on the infrared sensor cable back to the extruder as the sensor will be in a different position. Make sure the entire path of the cable is free. However, there is no need for complete disassembly. Well, that's a plus. I'm just kind of, I don't like this being on a phone personally, or like on digital at all. I'd rather this just be as a book. I'm just kind of going over kind of like just a visual overlook as to what it's asking me to do, because it is a little fresh in my mind for what is actually required to assemble the head, because I did it like less than a week ago. So, what can you do there? Trevor, apparently he ate the missing parts. Well, I guess that's where they went. Taking out extruders, testing things. I think it doesn't get an infrared sensor anymore. I think it goes back to mechanical, which fine, as long as it knows what's what. I don't know why it doesn't want to just keep the infrared sensor. That doesn't make any sense, but I didn't build it. So let's just go from there. So, okay, so first things first, I'm going to move all of this because it tells me to, and pull the printer closer. Take the sheets off, and I'm going to have to turn it on because I need to clear out the filament that's already in here. So that's, before I start, make sure filament is unloaded from the hot end. Printer's probably cooled down, so I will unload filament. So we'll let that heat up so I can take the filament out. And then immediately turn it off because it needs to be cooled down, because I don't want to burn myself. Step 2, releasing the cable. Need to gently pull on the infrared sensor cable back to the extruder as the sensor will be in a different position. Okay, so the sensor's still there, but it's being moved because I guess this top bit is going to be changed, which, fine. And I'm pretty sure, because I know how difficult some wiring harnesses can be, I do kind of purposely leave a little bit of slack in the cables. I don't cinch them up as tight as I can, so if you ever need to move them, you can. I'm not saying you're going to be able to move it a couple inches, but if you needed to lift it up an inch, like half inch or something like that for something, there's at least slack to do so. Oh, press the knob to unload filament. Well, that was painless. Put the filament in the thing there. Perfect. And I will turn it off. Okay. So, what we need to do now, I'm not going to undo the harness because I don't think I need to. I'm plugging the infrared sensor cable. Unless am I replacing the entire sensor cable? Is that what it is? I think it's probably asking me to do that. Power cable, signal cable. I don't know. I don't think it's doing that. Okay. Well, let's just follow the instructions and kind of go from there. Okay. You remove the steel sheet. Printer's unplugged. Let's do that. Okay, printer's unplugged, it's off. Releasing the cable bundle. Extruders are very similar. We just change a few parts, but we have to release the cable bundle. We need to gently pull the IR sensor cable back to the extruder. As the sensor will be in a different position, make sure the entire path of the cable is free. However, there's no need for complete disassembly. Perfect. I will. Yeah, I'll do that manually. I do have my automatic stuff, but I don't want to tweak with it too much. So I will just use the Allen keys they have provided. So what we will do first, I kind of got to be able to see it at the same time, right? So I'm going to put it in the center. I need to take the top plate off. So I take the top plate off. I'm leaving the screw with it because I want to. Wants me to disassemble the entire back carriage assembly. The top cover and hot end fan. Oh, jeez. Must be take apart half the printer. Jeez, okay. I guess I will, because what are you going to do? All right, so X carriage assembly. Okay, so I will unplug, not unplug, but undo the back. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to redo more than it tells me I'm going to need to, but, you know, whatever. Okay, it's one screw. Actually, I am going to use my tool here because this is a little tedious. Screw here. Okay, so those screws are all out on the back carriage, and it wants me to pull that apart. Which I can't because it's all zipped out together. Okay. So, no, I should get side cutters for that. Okay. I will be right back. I'm going to go get a pair of side cutters from downstairs. Okay. So, yeah, I can't take this harness off, or sorry, the back plate off, because it's cinched up with all these wires and cinched up with all these tie straps. So, very careful not to cut the wiring, because that would be terrible. So what I'm doing now is cutting the tie straps I literally put on a couple days ago to open this up so I can put that in garbage there. And then I can actually pull the back piece off. Okay, so I'll kind of show you what I got going on here. So I opened the loom up. I pulled the back plate off, exposing all the wires and whatnot. I didn't rip it all apart here. So it gives me access to the back of it. The carriage about FS cover and fan assembly. So I took that off already. Wants me to release the screw holding the idler. You can leave it in the extruder. Okay. So that's this one here. So I can leave it in there. Release the end to it and unplug and remove the IR sensor. Keep it safe. You'll need the sensor for the reassembly. Okay. I need the tiny one. So what I'm doing now is unscrewing the infrared sensor from the gantry, because it's going to want me to install it on probably the new component that is being that's replacing, kind of thing. So I get the tiny screw, make sure I remember where that is. I'll keep it with the tiny Allen key. I'll pull it up. I'm not going to unplug it. I'm just going to kind of push it off to the side, because I doubt I'm going to need to release both the screws a few inch. 9. Oh, yellow. Oh, it wants me. Release the front screws just a little bit, just to, you know, get some room in there, I guess. Release and remove all the screws holding the hot end fan. We will need to reach the screw behind the fan. Okay. Okay, well, of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Why would you need to why do you need to rip apart the entire head anyway? Why wouldn't you just build the head with the upgrade in general and then just give me the pack that goes up top? Like, I don't know. Okay, which one's in the front? Those ones in the front. Okay. And it just wants them to be loose. So a couple turns, actually not even full turns, they just maybe one turn. Yeah, doesn't need to do anything. And then take off the fan for the hot end, and then what? Find the hidden screw behind the fan and release it slightly. A few turns are enough. Our goal is to keep the parts connected. Repeat the same procedure on the other side of the extruder. Oh yeah, there's a, yeah, okay. Okay. I think it's really weird to be doing this, but, you know, I didn't build it. Why that screw so long? Maybe I put the wrong screw in on the one thing. Who knows? So I got that. I got a fan hanging there now. How do I have bits in there already? Anyways, so I need to put those aside. I need to loosen slightly this one screw. I can't imagine why, but okay. And that's too big. Am I just not lining that up correctly? Yeah. Okay, just a couple of turns. Really slow. A few turns are enough. We're going to repeat the same procedure on the inside of the extruder. Okay. So that one's exposed at least. Okay. Extruder idly disassembly. Just turning this thing everywhere. Okay. Release the idler with the bond tank gear will fall out. Remove the extruder idler. Okay, so pull it out, pull that out. Push up on that thing. Okay, well. Okay, release it, the gear will fall out. Remove the extruder idler from the printer. Okay, so take this whole thing out, I guess. Ugh, come on. Then I'm going to put the screw back into it at least, so I kind of know what it's doing. And then it wants me to, I can't really move everything here, but in here there's this weird like plastic brick with a little notch in it they had me put in. I guess it's just a filament guide kind of thing. But according to this, let's make sure. Release the other again with slightly grab the parts. We want to keep the entire extruder together. Okay, so it wants me to undo this one now. But not much, just to get some slack in it. Using an Allen key, push up on the adapter printer part up. Keep in mind there's a steel ball inside. We will replace adapter printer part with the steel and the steel ball with a new part. Okay. I'm almost positive I'm not going to be able to push this out, but because I can't really, I'm not supposed to get to it. Have I not disassembled something enough? Oh, jeez. I mean, this is a really dumb question. MK3S Plus, that's what I got. Extruder disassembly. Okay, so it's making sure I'm not somehow trying to replace something that already got replaced at the factory kind of thing. So Okay. So extruder idler disassembly. Okay, so I think this thing just wants me to, I need to assemble this a little more than I've tried to do so, I think. So let's see here. Open that up a little more. Open that up a little more. I kind of see what it wants me to do. It wants me to open the clamshell a little bit so I can actually pop it out. I'm not. Okay, and it wants me to pull it out. How am I going to pop that out? How am I supposed to? Doesn't matter how I pull it out. It seems like it's not going to come out. Let's keep the entire extruder using the Allen key. Push the adapter printer up. Keep in mind there's a steel ball inside. We'll replace the adapter printer part and the steel ball with the new part. Cool. I don't even see in. How am I supposed to get at this to even push it out? Like I genuinely don't see like a path, but they got this thing opened up a lot more than I do. So I really hope I don't have to crack open the other book and reassemble the entire head. That would be most unfortunate. Lower that some more. See if I can get. I don't think I'm going to be able to get enough leverage in here. Reach in, push up. Okay, well, reach in and push up, I guess. Just don't want to damage anything while I'm in here. A little more. They are long screws, so technically I should be able to open this up a little bit more. You know what? I got 7 millimeters. Let's see if that works. I can at least see the inside of it. I see the piece it wants me to pull out. So, but it doesn't have mobility, right? So, if they're replacing it, does it matter if I destroy it? Imagine they don't want me to destroy it. What is this? This is just the. Oh yeah, that's that mechanical thing there. All right. Oh yes. Oh yes. Where's the ball? There's the ball. How am I going to get a ball out there? Okay, so I had to pull out this tiny little piece, and like you see, it's got a little notch in it. Let's see if I can do that for you. A little notch up in the top, and it's got this little steel ball that pops in like so. And apparently I'm going to be replacing this with something else. So in hindsight, that wasn't too bad. But, you know, in a perfect world, I'd rather it not be disassembled in the first place. Actually, what is this for? 8 mil. All right, well, I'll keep that. All right. Idler disassembly. Using the Allen key, push out the shaft. That's this. Push out the shaft. Keep it for later. Careful. Take out the Bondtech gear, but be careful. There's 2 bearings inside. Don't lose them. Is this the one with the bearings? Okay. The printer part will be replaced with a new one. Okay, so I'm replacing this part with a new part, but I need the hardware out of it. Okay, so yeah, take out the gear. Fine. And let's see. I don't think this is going to be easy to pop out. I don't remember it being easy putting it in, but I could be wrong. Okay. I don't know. I need a tool. That might work. Just something to hold the frame in while I push out the pin, as you can kind of see there. So, okay, I have a little tool in the other room. Just give me 1 second. It's a little thing I can for this kind of work actually. Okay, so this is the little tool I was telling you about, just little die for different sizes. So that way it allows me to hold it like that, and then what I can do is put down a small dowel, give it a couple little light taps with my tiny little hammer, and then that will drop the shaft like so. Easy. Really handy tool. So there's the shaft there. This is the Bondtech gear. The bushings are still inside. I'm not taking them apart because it says it is for replacing the existing one. So this is horrible time. It says no, not yet. Rewards are only for those who build a printer. Wait till the next chapter. Testing. Okay, grab the wires of the IR cams and pull up. The cable should slide without significant resistance. Doesn't move. Great, the test is over. Yeah, it moves. Don't pull hard. We're done. Let's go to the next chapter. Next. MK3S Plus Extruder upgrade. Okay, extruder parts preparation. Okay, I want a bag of orange parts. Yeah, that's that extruder bag. that I was kind of held up earlier. Okay, so what we got here is an orange version of the same kind of thing I just pulled out, except it doesn't have room for a ball bearing. And I'm not too sure how necessary that is at this stage, but you know, here's the new flap for the thing. I understand that's really explaining, that really explains a lot, but I'll try to do what I can for you. Okay, so prepare this. Shove this back in where I took the old one out. Okay. I shall put the orange one in where I took the black one out. Go in. I'll put it together and then push it. I advise you to never do what I'm about to do. I am going to take my little hammer and smack it in. I'm going to be light about it. So, and I'm going to hold up the bars and everything while I do it. There we go. So, that being, it must fit into the groove. Push down and check the surface is aligned with the extruder. It is. Don't use any screw to secure the adapter to the printer. It should hold itself inside the extruder itself. It does. IR sensor parts preparation. Did it come with a bag of screws for it? Or am I using the same screws? Probably the same screws. Okay, so the IR system assembly is going to go into this piece here. So I'm going to remount the infrared sensor into this little brick. Well, what do I need this one for? Sorry, I'm going to scroll ahead because I'm unsure. Yeah. I'll figure it out later. I don't know, it's almost like this shouldn't be in here, but maybe it's just for a different thing. Anyways, I won't lose it either way. Okay, so that's the top cover. I understand that. So that internal bit has been put in. Cool. So prep the infrared sensor. Be careful with the filament side. Don't touch the black PCB chips on it. Hold the PCB from the side. Yes. Okay. Camera sensor just position inside the extruder. Okay, so it's the same thing, just different position, place, what have you. Okay, so this needs to go black end up. Black end up. Why? First Pulley have some slack. Take the sensor connector without the sensor. Take the small connector without the sensor and carefully push all the way through. Once the cable is through, connect the cable and sensor together. The sensor must be facing down. Oh, it wants me to run the cable through and then put it down here. Okay. That makes a little more sense. Okay, so what I will do is release the pin, pull the IR sensor out, give myself a wee bit of slack, which I might need more slack. No. Maybe. No, that should be fine. Okay, so it wants this cable up. Yeah, no, I'm going to need more slack than that. Okay, so where are you snagging? It's probably in the case, the back end here. Of course it needs to be opened up. And of course it needs to do this and needs to do that. Why can't I just buy it all at once and then that way you just do it the one time? That'd be nice. Come on. Okay, so got the parts door open. I got my... So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to unplug the infrared sensor on the main board just to give it a little bit of slack. All right, and then eventually I'll just plug it back in. All right, so needle nose, everything's off. Onto it, pull it off to the side. And it doesn't help it's tight inside the loom. But there you go, more wire, magic. Okay, so what it wants is the sensor to be face down. Yeah. So what I will do is put the sensor face down, pull the wires out. I will plug the wires in. I will cinch up the connection. For the time being, I will get the screw in place. Come on. Is it even threading into anything? Yeah, it is. Wow, that is not a well tapped hole. Okay. Let's try just doing that fresh. New tip. I think it wants the secondary. Come on. No, it wants smaller. Okay, so this is just straight up annoying. The screw isn't very. The screw is fine. It's the hole it wants to go into. It's not very. The tolerance on it's pretty low. Yeah, I can't even thread that in. I want to do it over the cover. Why? Oh, that might help if I could actually fit the bit in it. Oh, I remember now. It's that weird half size. I remember now. Yeah, so my bit is a half size between what it needs. So, yay. Okay, so put everything up on top. hold it there. I don't like the wiring. Put the screw in. Tighten it and hope it doesn't fall out. Okay. That is a 2 mil, eh? 1.5 is too big. All right, well, this is like currently my least favorite part of doing this because I wasn't expecting to be disassembling and then reassembling the thing I already built. I was kind of hoping to be starting on something new. But hey, they can't all be winners. Where did it go? Oh. Okay, so get that screw in over that case. Okay, that feels secure. It's run. It's got a little bit of wiggle to it, but and then it wants me to put it onto this. What is this, and how does it go on to this? Okay, so carefully insert the cable into the channel. So what it wants is, what does it want? Right, okay, it wants to go up and around like that. I thought I had a different piece. Take the FS cover from the MMU2 and push in the M3N nut. Take the FS cover. What? Take the FS cover. What cover is that? It's not this. It's not that. Gotta be this. Yes, it's this. But where are you getting the nut from? Take the FS cover MM2 and push in the M3N nut. Okay, cool. Where's the nut? Is it in either body? Sure, no. MM2 fasteners, no. It's gonna pull from the spare bag, I guess. It's got 3 of them. I only need 1, so I don't know where it wants it from, but FS cover MMU2. Okay, that's nice, but I don't have a screw like that. Just a free nut kicking around. Like, where are you pulling it from? Oh, thank you for the spare parts bag. Okay, so 1 wee little nut goes in the bottom of this. If it's in loose, but still okay. Drop it in like so. And then what it wants is well, which screw am I putting that into then? That's the top end, so I can probably just steal the existing old screw. Okay, so take the top end, the wire part sticking out that way, the nut part sticking this way. You know, get in there. There you go. Shit. Okay, and that will go nicely in there. Perfect. Okay, so make sure it's on the right way, otherwise the holes won't line properly. This entire IR assembly is also called the chimney in the handbook. You can't reach. Mounting the infrared sensor. Okay, so I kind of can't move it to show you, but it wanted me to reassemble, like pretty much move everything and then bump it over here onto this like standing thing, whatever you want to call it. And then it wants me to mount it onto the top where I pulled it out of, but I'm pretty sure it wants it to put everything back together, doesn't it? Wow, let's put this on first. Kind of pull the slack out. Okay. And the screw I took is the one I need. Cool. Spare parts bag. Which one? M318. M318. That's that big fat one. Go like that. Okay. Feels nice and secure. Mounting IR sensor. Okay, I did that. I wired it. It pretty much went through the same travel path as the last one. I don't see how this sensor is going to work at all, but yeah, it seems like it's, yeah, I don't know how the hell that's going to work at all. Like, how does that work? Because this thing is going to pop into here. What does it do? Okay. So it's got a weird cantilever design. So what happens is it's going to, I guess, sense when this little tip is in the way, and that means it's loaded. So, because that's all I can see why, because it's not, there's no physical pass through, but, you know, haven't gotten to that part yet, so. But what it wants me to do is reassemble the hot ends, so I will happily do so. It wants me to tighten it all back up. Okay. That's tightened up. Getting all this redone. I don't know why it needed me to loosen these random screws here, but you know, give them another. I kind of barely loosened them as it was, but retighten this random one. And then reinstall the hot end fan. Am I doing that later? No, I'm doing that now. Yeah. Fan has two sides. Make sure the sticker's inside. Oh yeah, that I remember now. The one screw was longer. Okay. So move that in. Well, soon I think I'll be able to actually do the install of the thing I want. Okay, I still don't know what this piece is for. I will not throw it away. Extruder idler parts separation. Okay, so I believe, so what it wants me to do is effectively, well, that's the bolt it probably wanted me to take out because I'm not redoing it. Actually, I probably need it again anyway. Okay, let's pop that one out because I'm going to be stealing that one. Okay. Pop that in the new one. If I don't lose it first. Yeah, some of these are just, tolerances is super small. Like the point where sometimes I gotta kind of go in there and loosen a burr or two. So points that way. Or not. Perfect. Okay, Bonta without the hole for the lock screw. Okay. Bearing assembly, bearing's already done. Which way does it want it? It wants teeth that way. And then the pin. And then the pin. Let's try the pin the other way. Actually, before I do that, this is a bit stringy. Okay. 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 That's a handy little thing to have. I'm going to push the dowel in a little bit more, just because the opposite side doesn't. A smidgen more. Smidgen too much. Let's see here. Actually, I got a little nub on the tip here. Perfect. So what we have there is the new gears popped on, like so. Slide your shaft through that pulley. Use reasonable force. You could break the part. Completely true. Eider screw assembly. Does it want me to use a different kind of screw now? So this one. Okay, so how does it want me to put that in? Wow. Okay. So this one already has this in. That's the screw. So bearing assembly. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's still where it's supposed to go. But now this goes in place, and that is like a tensioner. And the big fatty goes in the back to drive itself through to hold the pin in place. Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this to you properly, but yeah, it's thick enough. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to do that. Well, maybe. Okay, so maybe. Okay, so how the sensor works now, what happens here is this piece here is on a pivot, and there's a long arm up here that goes to where the infrared sensor is, and it passes through the sensor. So what's happening is when there's nothing in it, right? The arm is flush against the side here. When something travels through and pushes the gears aside, what happens is it tilts the arm up top here inward, and it senses a block, and that's what's causing it to say there is something there. And I'm just going to tighten the screw here. Just a tensioner, so that's something I'm going to have to play around with later because I've now opened it up and whatnot. So okay, now it's okay. So it's reassembled the whole back end now with the harness assembly and everything. Then it's Haribo time. Sort bears in 6 rows. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to have a handful and be done with it. So let's get that set up then, I guess. Let's see here. Yeah. So this is the old plastic piece. This is the old top end piece. And then I still don't know what this is for. So this must be for something else. I don't know. I'm not throwing it away, but I'm going to keep it in the extruder bag along with the and the one with the ball bearing. I'll put that all in this bag here because that's the last thing I need for something to just not work and then suddenly need to rip the entire thing apart again and fix it. So lovely. I will put this back end back together. What I got to do here is also put in the infrared sensor cable back in. Close the wiring harness, which I'm almost positive I'm going to need to reopen. So I'm not going to really close it too much. Just kind of turn the screw on it a little bit so it's closed because I'm almost positive it. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't even call the word almost positive. I can almost guarantee I'm going to need to have access to it in the future just for the power requirements alone. Okay, so yeah, so make sure we get this Lumo nice and cinched. We got to make sure when we do everything, there's no kind of wires hanging. You really don't want that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm doing top to bottom kind of thing, just to kind of even out the tension. Okay. So that's all done now. I had a big fat bag of zip ties. Oh, they're right there. One moment. No, they're right here. from the building of this one. So make sure I got my tools, pull out a few zap straps, and then proceed to weave everything back into this loom. It's only a couple inches, so not gonna be too hard. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so get some tie straps up in here. What I'm doing is trying to pull everything and cinch it up, because what I don't want are any of the cables dragging. So when the heads or the gantry's moving around, it doesn't somehow pick up on a dragging cable and then tear the piece off. Ask me how I know that from doing some testing over the last couple of days. And then technically after this, I'm pretty sure it's working on the main piece. Just gonna get a couple more tie straps in here just to get everything secure. Yeah, one more ain't gonna hurt it. Just making sure they're nice and tight. They are. Give them a nice trim. Those parts are garbage, and that is theoretically complete. So, like I said, we pretty much just replaced this entire top end assembly, nothing else. I'm going to give everything a little bit of a wiggle, make sure everything feels nice and stiff and solid. It does. Put the printer kind of off to the side a little bit. Grab my Haribo. And just making sure E-axis is finished. Perfect. Next is number 4, idle bodily assembly. The first things first. Delicious. Is this not going out? There we go. I do like the whole notion of like print new printer parts so you can print more printers. I appreciate that. M1. I didn't say. Nope, M1. Okay. Perfect. My coffee going. Difficulty easy. So I need a bag of bearings. I have a body. So 6 Well, these to these, okay, cool. Okay, so I'm effectively putting in pins holding these bearings in. And not assembly, so just dump it all in? Okay, fair enough. All right. Put these zip ties away. All these bearings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 6 pins. Perfect. Okay, so what it wants is me to drop a pin in. Well, not drop pin in. It's not going to just drop in. Does it want me to do it in a certain order? First bearing, place it in the middle of the idler, insert the shaft in the pitcher. Yeah, so it was a certain order. Okay. So put it in the middle. I did. Slide the shaft using the Allen key. Make sure the shaft is in the way, not blocking other bearings. Okay. So that's this way. And pushing the bearing in. I have no idea if it fit in or not. No, it's not in. It seems stuck. That's my tool. Okay, so it wants the first bearing in, but it doesn't really want to go in. I'm really not trying to hit it with any kind of strength here. It's just a piece of plastic and it's metal, so but it doesn't seem to be moving at all. So I'll take the bearing out, and what I will do, this is going to be too narrow. No, that's fine. These are the big fatter ones I'm never going to use. That's too fat. Yeah, that's good. That way I can get the, I don't know, I know you can't really see it, but the, see if we can't. Okay, so the rod there needs to pass through this section here, and it was rather stiff to get started. So what I'm going to do, what I did was get it started so I could actually pop the bearing in and then give it a little smack. That's going to hold that, but it needs, pin needs to be pushed down a little bit more. You can see the clearance it's having right now. So it's got to go down another couple millimeters. And that feels nice and smooth. And as you can see, there's no interference there. You can see the one side blocked off, as you can see. And then Take the second bearing and do the same way as the previous one, third, and place the diameter. Final check the roll, rotating freely. Why 3? There's means in okay, so yeah, so the entry points for the bearings are 3 on this side and 2 on this side, just because these ones are closer to this side. So that's what we will continue to do. Drop this pin in this way. Genuinely may not need too much encouragement. And I was wrong. It needs encouragement. Bearings and rods almost always need some kind of encouragement. Don't need much, just need it to start in the shaft, right? And then pop the pin in, it fits nice and snug. Nice and smooth. Got the second one in, went in that way, and like you can see, I can tell the tolerance by looking in that one side, and that tells me the bearing is flush. Because when I compare it like this, I can see how much it's actually going in. So where I can see where the middle of the bearing is, and I can see how much further I need to put it down. So that's good, because I want the bearing as close to the middle as I can. The only real difference to that is the top one here, but that's okay. As you can see, like, I got the pin in on the tip here. The third one, it don't go anywhere. So got the tip here, and I just give it a couple good smacks. Smacked it too hard. So what I'm going to do is put this Allen key in the bottom end. Get a little love tap to drop the pin a smidgen so I can get the bearing in. There we go. Drop that in. So for the bottom end here, just because I don't want any kind of clearance issues, I have countersunk it by maybe 1 millimeter or so, just because in case this ever kind of rubs on anything, I don't want it to be rubbing on the metal. So these 3 bearings play around just fine. Okay, so if I could do the same thing on the other side, use the far end first. What I'm going to do is start the pin again. Doesn't need much. Okay. Drop that in. Kind of wants to pop out. Come on. one fits nice and smooth, and this should be the last one for the central kind of tube. Well, not tube. This whole thing is going to turn, right? Because this is how it turns and selects like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 kind of thing, right? So it'll just turn and, press. It's kind of what it's supposed to do, right? So get the last one in. I'm going to start the rod first. This may look like I'm hitting it rather aggressively, or I shouldn't be hitting it at all, but I'm really not hitting it very hard. I do have a nylon hammer somewhere. I just couldn't find it. This is just my, I don't even think it's brass. I don't know what it is, but it's well used and does the job just great. So we're going to do the same thing again. Because it's an end piece, we're going to countersink it a little bit. And not by much. Like I said, we're only going to do it by about a millimeter or so, if you can see that there. But all bearings feel nice and smooth. There's no interference. They have a bit of up and down movement, but that's just because there's room for that. But that is good. Okay, so take the remaining bearing and slide it in the center of the eye. Make sure the bearing is flush aligned with either surface. Okay. So it wants me to just put the bearing in, no dowel, nothing. Okay. Okay. So the bottom end in there like that. And like I said, I got all 5 of those bearings in with the dowels. The end pieces are recessed a little bit more than they would be in the, they're not central. They're not centered within the bearing. No, sorry, they're centered in the bearing, but the length of the shaft within the housing, it's centered on the central 3. But the ends, it's countersunk by about a millimeter, just so the just so they're not no potential interactions with the ends. Final check. Okay, there's a couple of screws with nuts I need to put in. No. Oh yeah, screws with nuts. Why? Screw them all the way. No. Yeah, 5 or 6 turns are not enough for now. Yeah, so it's going to be screwed together with something. Push the nuts in here so I can see what's what, and then M310s. Yeah. And it just wants me to put them in a couple turns. So I'm not tightening them up. I'm just putting them in and running them a couple threads. Because it's clearly gonna, where is it here? It's gonna pop in here in some fashion. I don't know exactly how yet. So central bearings done, final check. Everything works. Idler body parts preparation. So I need to put this to the side. Idler body. I will put the empty bag in the bin. It's the pulley body. So idler body. And that's what these remaining parts are for. Screws, idler motor, shaft, 2, 3, yeah, and then the motor. Which motor? The one that says idler. Okay. Oh, first chance. Idler. What does it say? Oh, there's rods and screws. Okay, so can't mix those up. So what I got to do first is put the nuts into here. This one needs to be pushed in. This one just falls out. So, and take, I must not take the ensure proper. Yeah, they work. Yeah, they look good. Insert the idler into the idler body. Okay. Okay, so the carriage goes this way, and it wants me to put it through. Not just sure where it wants this, but okay. So, hold on, lost a nut. Okay, so it's got the, like it's clearly not balanced at all, but it needs to be in here, in this carriage, and it'll have to be able to freely rotate. So what I'm going to do is mount the motor on this end, I'm sure, and the other rod on this end, so it's kind of suspended. But insert the nuts in, insert the other body in, extruder motor assembly. Oh, so there is a flat deck end. Okay. Check the idler opening, which isn't entirely sure the flat part catches onto the flat part. Yeah, okay. So that is what we will do. We ensure the flat part goes into the flat part. And I'm going to tighten those other screws in more because they're a little kind of interfering with stuff. So okay. Something feels like it's rubbing where it shouldn't. Something doesn't feel right. But to be fair, I'm not holding it straight, right? So. There's a little bit of stringing, but that shouldn't be causing that. Just going to make sure I'm putting it in the right way. Yeah, looks good. Flat part with flat. Okay. Got that lined up. And then yeah, bolt it in. 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. There's one. Actually, that's a really awkward position. I just got a message on my phone. The answer is, I'm sure it would be, but not today. So I'm doing these screws here by hand with the ball end Allen key, just because it's just a little bit of an awkward, harsh angle with the screwdriver. And the last thing I want to do is strip something or cause one of the plastic pieces to snap or break or anything like that. But I'll show you what I'm doing here once actually I can probably show you now. So I'm putting in the motor here, the idler motor, and the 2 screws in the back. And I've already done the 2 screws in the front. Yeah, these ones I'm just using the ball end of the Allen key to get those in. Ah, come on. Okay, slow but sure. Oh yeah, because I got to get this map made, and then I did make some G code on an SD card already to theoretically work. I really don't know if it's going to, but it uses, it's just a small little part I use, but I just want to see if it'll work with the dissolvable support material. And hopefully I set it up right. Never done it before, so we'll find out. But I should be done with this sooner than it took to build the entire printer from scratch. So that's a plus. Just making sure the bottom ones are torqued down. They're good. Okay, so that's why I wondered about it. So you hear that, sorry, that clunking sound? There's a mechanical stop on here. So what it does is it turns all the way back, it turns all the way front, kind of thing, you know? But it physically stops at a certain spot because why not? But I think this goes up top. Now I think about it. I'm really not overly sure, but it feels nice and smooth though, so that's good. But extruder motor assembly cover. So what does it want me to do? I don't think I have another case. Oh, okay. So in the pin, sorry, drop in with a pin. And that holds the other side of the bearing in place, keeping everything nice and level. And that does feel nice and smooth, as you can see here. That's nice. And then it wants a screw put in there. Why? What are the screws for? Doesn't really tell me. Screw in the M10 screw as a safety. Tighten both screws to reach the motor shaft. Tighten a screw. Oh, okay, so that's what those ones are for. Okay. Okay, so these two here, what they are, sorry, what these two here are, they are pinch screws that go onto the D clamp. Not the D clamp. The section on the motor that has the notch in it, and it's just to stop it from moving around. And the other one on the other side is just as a, just so it doesn't slide out. Should be good. Yeah, it feels nice and smooth. Doesn't have any kind of, I don't feel anything blocking it. The only thing I feel is you can feel the bearings, right? And that's entirely acceptable, right? But yeah, like I said, it has a couple mechanical stops just to stop it from overextending left or right. So there's a stop underneath on both ends. Flip it all around, stops there, stops there, stops there, you know. So it can only go in a couple of certain positions, but there's that. And apparently it's Haribo time again. Delicious. Final check. Checked it both. Just make sure both the nuts are in. This one keeps falling out, so I'm going to just keep it vertical. Off to the side. And I'm going to do the pulley position now. I'm the world's most patient man to get that in the bag without breaking it. We've got a couple of pieces in here. That's a big piece. One piece, huh? A couple of little ones. Cool. The one thing I don't get is like you're buying something cool, right? Something interesting. They give the option for black and orange. That's fine. I don't know why you'd get all black to begin with. Like put a little spice of color in there. Why not, right? But why not more than just orange? Why can't I get blue, green, purple, red? You know, why not, right? Like there's a lot. Like if you select it as an option and the guy's willing to pay the extra money and then wait the extra time, but I guess you also have to balance it out with the availability of machinery to print the things. Because if you just had one machine sitting there going, oh, this one only prints purple or whatnot, right? So yeah, I don't know. All right, this is moderate, 36 steps. Okay. Pulley parts. Pulley body, yeah, so that's what I need here. All these screws. Put an idler body bag back in there. Ooh, got bits flying everywhere. Fender probe. Okay. First things first, gonna dump a whole bunch of screws everywhere. Looks like everything. The rods. I'm just kind of moving everything off to the side because I don't. Off to the side isn't accurate. I'm just trying to kind of organize all the bushings and a couple of springs and yeah. Okay. 4-nut. Okay, so that is the one thing I wish it could kind of just already have done. You know, the just the threading for everything. I understand you can't really print that, and you know having the nuts in here just to smack in are just fine. But still. Okay, where do those go into? Why would I put those in? Scrolled too far. Yeah, I had something at the end of the page, and it's just yeah. Insert 4 nuts from the top of the pulley body. 3 nuts on the side. Okay, well, they don't go in anything. That's the problem. Like they just sit there. There's no pass through for them. Yeah, they just sit there. Are they just reinforcement points or? They must be. Well, then why not just make it solid? All right. Well, which 3 on which side? Oh, he wants me to do them all anyway. Okay. At least these ones have like purpose. Push them further down so they line up with the holes. Okay. Okay. So I got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 4 right along here. They seem pointless. They don't lock into anything. They don't go. You do go deeper, but they still don't go in anything. Oh no, do they go that far down? Oh, they must. Okay. Wow, that's far down. All right. Okay, I guess they're not useless. They're just really, really high up. Jeez. Okay, so yeah, they bottom down to those 4 holes there. That's like they went down almost another size of themselves. That's a lot. Two more. Sort the last and 10th MS slot in. Wait, no, this way. Yeah. So this is theoretically the last nut, according to it. Okay. Pulley motor parts preparation. Pulley motor. Which one is the pulley motor? That's a selector. Pulley. Okay, so like I said, I got everything all popped in where it needs to go. Okay. MMU1 to MMU2. Okay, I don't need to do that part. Yeah, skip this step. Skip to step 9. Make sure the flat end is up. And start running bearings on it. Okay. Flat end up. No, that's great. Teeth down. There you go. That makes slightly more sense. Okay, so to show you what I've got going on, this isn't where it's going. I just put it there. So there's a flat spot on the shaft here. What it wants me to do is put all 5 of these on here. I'm not cinching them up just because I have no idea where their end result is going to be. But that is what is what right now. So I'm literally just like not even snugging them really, just making sure they don't slide around. I want them on the same plane, as it were, along the flat edge. So all I'm doing is just loosening them so they can slide down, then just a marginal turn just to get them all on the shaft. And like I said, I can move them, no problem. It's just I don't know where they want them spaced out, right? So got that done. Oh, I scrolled too far down again. Okay, 9. Did that. Each position of the pulley will be adjusted later. Yes. Pulley motor assembly part 2. Insert the bearing at the pulley body at the end. The bearing should snap to the opening in the printed part. And that is in here. Should snap. No, most definitely did not snap, but it is in there. Slide the pulley motor shaft must enter the bearing. Okay, that's the side. Push the. Okay, yeah, I know it's going to want me to line these up with the notches here where the filament will pass through. So just to kind of show you what I'm looking at, this piece here slides out. The bottom end goes into the bearing in the end. I don't know exactly which position this gets screwed into, but these need to be locked into place for the filament paths. So what I'm going to have to do is I'll snip off a little bit of filament and then just make sure they line up nice and smooth before I lock them into place and go from there. Cable of the motor should be oriented to the left. See second photo. Okay. To the left. See second photo. Okay. Seems like it's to the left. And then bolt it in. Well, which ones? The M10s. M10s. I guess they're in 3x10, but come on. There we go. I've got to get these in by hand as well because the angle doesn't work doing it with the screwdriver. So let's see if I can tilt this down so you can kind of see what I'm doing. So that's the one. All right, so I got these. Well, screwed on the back end. Slide 2 screws and the entire assembly should down. Insert the second couple and tighten it down. Make sure the motor is seated properly counter direction and tighten all 4 screws. Okay. So do the fronts as well. For those, I have clearance. Okay, so just to show you what I got here. So the teeth just float around still because I haven't, done that part yet. But the motor is assembled. It's in the fitted in the bearing, and I'm sure pretty soon here, what we're going to be doing is putting in PTFE tubing and lining up everything so it's all going to work smoothly. Yeah, pulley adjustment. Warning: this is a crucial step, crucial for proper functioning of the multi-material. Check your alignment multiple times. Push the filament through. Yeah, so this is exactly what I was literally just talking about. So what I will do is, out of this filament here, take a strip of the yellow. Take a piece. And then find where it went. Okay. So I got myself a piece of filament here. And what I'll do is kind of straighten it out a bit. Also trim off the end, which is kind of not sitting too good. And what I will do is I'll put the one piece in first. And we'll do the adjustments one by one. Push filament through the filling. Push, in case we're going to make sure it's bent down. So the part above the pulley is straight, adjust tension. Teeth lifted directly below the filament. Yeah, so what we need to do here is make sure the teeth are as level and as straight as possible before we lock in the teeth in that one spot. So what we'll do is I'll push the other ones aside, just so they're out of the way. Sit it here, kind of maneuver it, like where is the best spot for it. Because if it's too far one way or the other, what you could have happen is it'll pull it through, but it'll start shaving off of the one end. So you want it as central as you can. So yeah, just to move the filament a couple times just to see where things land. You want things about as central as you can be. Allen key in. I'm kind of supporting the other side with my fingers. I push it down. I don't torque it down, but I put it so I can't really move it anymore, and then I move the filament around. That seems like it's good. So then I put the key in the other way to get it some leverage. Give it a nice snug up. And that one is done. And now I do it 4 more times. Now, for the second one here, it looked pretty close to just bottom it out, and then it'll just fit. No, it won't do that. So let's see here. What we are going to do, it's going to be offset by about, I'd say 1. No, it's a little more than 1. Let's call that 2 and change of a millimeter. 2 1/4. About 2 1/4 millimeter spacing in between the first and second ish. Don't quote me on that. Just kind of what I'm finding. Like I said, even the act of just trying to find the location, just trying to slide the Allen key in, moved it around, right? So what I'm going to do is just turn it a little bit more, just to kind of snug it up in place. Move the filament around. Is this where I want it? Yes. Put it in, crank it. And I don't mean like reef on it, but just set it. right? That's why they're called set screws. Okay, number 3. And again, it's the same kind of deal. What I'm going to do is put in my Allen key from the get-go. Not very tight. Actually, I'm going to just keep it in. And then tighten it. Not all the way. And this one, I want it to be shoved down a little more. So what I'm going to do is just loosen it ever so slightly. Pull it down. Check everything again. That looks good. Double check that. I'm not too happy with that, actually. That could be over 1/2 mil more. So I'm going to loosen that up and redo the whole procedure again. Because the last thing I want is this thing suddenly having problems, right? I'd rather spend an extra 10 minutes getting it lined up properly versus having it give me problems, right? And yeah, that looks better. You can kind of see it too. I don't know how well this is going to show up on camera, but you can see the kind of the edges lining up, and those two are still not done yet. But those ones are locked and set in, and you can kind of see how they're lined up properly, right? All right, so last two. Again, take the filament, put it in. You're looking for not necessarily equidistant between the other ones. You want it straight, like the gearing, right? Pull that out, take a peek, run it again. That one's good. And the last one. And let's see, that looks good right off the bat. And I just moved it. Okay. That looks good. I'm not happy with the second last one. I might bump that down a smidge. It's not like it isn't straight. Like, where's that thin one? And it's not like it isn't straight, right? So using the Allen key here, sliding it in, it's not like it isn't straight. There's a little bit of an optical illusion going on with the print because some of the where the entry and exit points centrally aren't necessarily where the overhangs are, so it might look off, but it isn't, kind of thing. So I'm kind of double checking with an actually like a stiff piece of metal, and then that way I can be pretty confident in its. Okay, just gonna snuggle these up. Okay. So that is all of them all lined up, all snug. Should be good to go. So front PTFE holder preparation. So now we move on to this. Put that off to the side. Why does it want orange ones? Where's the orange ones? I don't have orange ones, do I? Tools, not. Is it wanting orange ones? But PTFE 5 times 12. 5x, 4x2x19. Okay. Okay. PTFE is 1 tube chamfered. PTFE tubes can also be white in color. The other parameters are the same as the orange version. Sure. Okay. Yes, I do. You're not going to see this on camera, but one end is chamfered internally. The other one is not. So that is going to be important placement-wise. Okay, which end of the chamfered go where? Insert the PTFE tubes in the pulley body all the way in, approximately half. The chamfered tube must be sticking face out. Okay. So we take this body here, chamfered ends sticking out. So, geez, these are slippery. Okay, chamfered end out. Chamfered out. Chamfered out. Chamfered out. Okay, so like so, the tubes are all in. They're bottomed out as far as they can go, and the chamfered ends are out. Slide the front PTFE holder on the upper circle, secure front using 4 screws. Okay. So try this way. Okay. Put that in, and then we want what? M310s. One, two, three, four. So what I'm doing with these, because I'm just going to stagger them, so 1, 3, 2, and 4, just to space out just to space everything out, right? Go back, torque them a little bit. It's good. So what I did there was put this little plate on, and as you can see, the 5 tubes right there, left through right. That's a chamfered end poking out, so there doesn't seem to be any interference. Just taking a quick visual look. Everything looks good, so we'll continue. Okay. Finda parts preparation. Finda. This thing. And then it wants, what do you want? Nuts. Okay, put nuts in first. Always the nuts in first. Okay. Put this third one in on that side. Okay. Slide the M3 nut if possible. Use the. Which one is it talking about? Oh, that big thick one there. Is that what it is? Slide. If possible, use a long screw from the spare bag. Press them in by hand. Hammer shouldn't be necessary. Okay, wow. Yeah, that fit in. Why not? See, I just put that little nut in there. And the kind of, you can kind of see on the flat edges there with the shine to them. Those are the nuts. So the remaining 3 nuts on the selector fin the body all the way. Secure the alignment. Okay. Fin the selector assembly. Rotate the fin selector. Rotate the selector fenda as the picture. The holes in the tubes are bigger from the side. Am I just taking the rods off? Okay. Which side goes where? Okay, how does it want these to go in? Okay, so rotate the selector fenda as the picture, as in the picture, holes so the tubes are bigger from this side. What? Oh. Insert it this way, because somehow they're bigger this way. Okay. So it tubes all the way in. Both should be aligned with the surface of the printed part. Okay. Well, I guess that is true, technically. These are just brass. Shouldn't use a hammer, but, you know. Not exactly beating the living hell out of it, so. A little burr in there. Yeah. It was shaving it coming down, so a bit snug. And yeah, as you can see, it is shaving a bit coming out, so it is a little snug, but nothing's damaged. It's just, you know, really tight. All right. So those do look good. Got those in. It's like avoid using hammers. You can damage the tube's rim. Technically, it's entirely correct, but that's why you have brass versus nylon hammers. We use a steel ball peen hammer on brass, and yeah, you could bend it, right? So. Okay, selector motor parts preparation. Oh, selector motor. So this box now is empty. Got my selector motor here. Nut assembly. Okay, I need the locking nut from this. I have to put it onto here with M310s. Into what? It doesn't go into anything. There's a cutout in the nut. Was that one I just missed? Must have. Okay, take it there. Drop it in. Okay. That's why I like paper. Kind of hard to lose your spot. Just double checking on the location of where does it want that one? Yeah, okay, so there is one over here. Okay. So put this down, this one in. Wants me to put a secondary one in there, doesn't it? There are 4 holes in the nut. You can use any of them. They are the same. Typically, you can't reach the M3 on. Use the M3 screw to pull it closer. Okay, so that's that big fat one down there. Okay. All right, so what I'm doing is using the super long screw to suck up the nut so I can use the other one. Actually, let's do it a little more. Come on. Okay. Take the regular one and hopefully it's in far enough. The answer is no. I felt that bottom out there, so that should be good now. That's still not enough. Gotta pull that nut up more. rather large problem. The nut is sliding around internally now, so that's not a good thing. I guess technically it wouldn't matter if I had the right screw in it, but I don't. So that's where the problem is. So what I'm going to have to do is I have to try and seat the nut in some fashion that I can actually undo it. So what I'm going to do is put a little force on the back end. I'm also going to do this by hand. No, it's just sliding. Okay, fair enough. So there's no real way to get in there to support that from it to do that. I can't get any leverage to loosen it. This is a rather poor way to do the mounting because it leaves the opportunity for this to happen. It wouldn't be so much of a problem if I had the right screw in there, but I need to put the longer screw in to pull it up. So yeah, the more I play with it, the looser it's going to get. So how am I going to salvage that? I guess in theory, I can probably cut off the tip. And I got a spare bag, so it's not like I'll miss the screw in some fashion, but still, I don't want to do that if I don't have to. Yeah, so what I could do see to try and seat that. There we go. Okay, get that screw out. It gave loose. Let's see if I can put this one in and grab it. The answer is no. So what I'm going to do is push this down manually as far down as I can, because it does not want to. It's almost like it's not long enough. It should be plenty long enough. But it bottoms out entirely without even, you can see it there, but it's just not down far enough. And doing the pulling of it, all it does is just start spinning the nut. I must have a dowel somewhere. Actually, I can use this dowel. What am I talking about? Hopefully that sat it down a little deeper. And the answer is yes. Now I can actually, like, the screw can actually bite into it. Just going to keep an eye on it because I don't want it to slip. So, well, that was a fun time. In case you're wondering, I did not hit this with any kind of force to break it. These are also hardened steel rods, so if they bend from a couple light smacks with a brass hammer, there's something else going on. But got that all together now. Like I said, the nut was in this hexagonal shape here. It is way, way down in there. And that just is a weird design. I don't like that. Just from a manufacturing standpoint, I do not like that, but what can you do? Okay. Step 19, Selector front plate assembly. So take the front, put the front on it, or the other way. Yep. Already put the screws in, or not the screws, the nuts in. Okay. Already the finish selector in the picture. So what I did was put on that little front cap there. Next, we'll assemble the blade, but keep the parts you prepared at step 18. We'll use them soon. What was step 17? Oh, this. Okay. Blade holder parts preparation. This. Blade, couple screws. Warning, the following steps to assemble the blade. Make sure you don't cut yourself. Use pliers or gloves to protect your fingers. So it wants all right, so one of the blades, and it wants the cutting edge. Which way? That way. Okay. So it wants the cutting edge like so. If you can. Sorry, I'm going to hold it up with a finger like so. That's going to be flush internally as much as you can. And then let's see here. And just another square one I forgot about. Okay, so what I need to do is make sure that's in there straight. Take the little cap here that goes on it. Make sure it goes in the right spot without it moving the blade. Let's see here. Okay. It's also kind of not only holds the blade in place, but nice cap to stop it from changing. It doesn't fit flush, but you know, it's there, it's holding it. Make sure the sharp blade is pointing in the indicated direction. Will do. Not the blade version. Place the blade on top of the blade. Make sure that both parts are aligned properly. So I guess maybe something slipped. Okay. Let's loosen that. Take needle nose, slide that around a little bit maybe. Tighten this back up. And it's still doing it. See how it fits without the blade in it. I still got that bump without it anyway, so. Slide that back in with my needle nose. And it's about as flat and as flush as it's going to be. Okay, selector motor assembly part. Before assembling the motor, we need to assemble the selector fin part. Place the selector fin part as the picture. Important correct orientation. Exact position doesn't matter right now. Insert both shafts through the pulley. Okay, so what I need to do is, okay, so flat like so, It wants the two rods, no matter which way. Yes, it does. So rod. And what it wants to do, make sure that end is up. And gotta make sure that end lines up too. Okay, so just lining up the pins now. So I got it seated on here and the pins are moving through the selector piece now. So what I'm going to do is make sure these dowels go all the way through into the opposite side here. And then I'm going to run the motor through. And I'm going to do the same thing I did with the other dowels. I'm going to countersink these a smidge because they have not bottomed out on this end. So what I'm going to do is just a little bit of a smack. she be stiff, but that's okay. Oh, I know why. It's the plastic is cutting into it. No wonder. The little knife is cutting the plastic. That was in as deep as it could go, too. So let's plop that up like so. Yeah, that's not right. All right, so I'm going to pull this blade out because it's clearly not in the right spot. Come on. There we go. Yeah, now it slides around no problem. It kind of damaged the part, but it didn't damage anything else. Okay, that's fine. So what it was trying to do, it's a cutting piece, right? But where it was sitting, it was not going to, was cutting the actual, does it want me to cut off half of it? Yeah, why does it want me, I don't think I'll put it back in, but maybe I should. Yeah, seated. I just must not have seated it properly because I'm holding it in with my finger and it slides around no problem. I mean, oh, it's tight. Don't get me wrong. There's not a lot of room for error here, but that would have been nice to have just a little lick of glue or something just to hold the blade in place. But I got that in place. Plop this in ever so carefully. Screw these in by hand as to try and not move the blade internally. Yeah. I'm a little impatient. Perfect. I don't like that being so, that tolerance being that tight. That's just asking for problems like this. Yeah, and that's even hard to replace if you can't, if you screw it up. You're disassembling quite a bit just to pull that plate off. It's got a little high point there now because of the wedge it ground in. So what I'm going to do is take off that beveled edge with my knife. I'm barely taking off any material. I'm not doing anything that's going to interfere with anything. I'm just making a smidge more room because of where the piece. See, that's already better, right? So I'm just when it jammed in, it's pushed it apart a little bit. So I'm just trimming it up a smidgen, just so it has the ability to move without encumbrance. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't need to do this at all, but come on. Okay, that's good. Just flops around like that. I can feel, yeah, there's no resistance there, so I can just, that's good. I didn't want the motor to be stressed in some fashion, right? Yeah, move the selector back and forth along the entire blade. If the blade isn't colliding with other printed, make sure it isn't colliding with other printed parts. It was, so, you know. Now it's not. Selector motor assembly part 2. I want this motor wires up. Slide it inside, and of course I have to turn the shaft to get it to thread in. That's what I don't like about setting motors with fixed dowels in them. What are you gonna do, right? Okay. What does it want? It bottomed out on the one side. Ensure both. Make sure that both shafts reach the end of the pulley body. There are 2 circular holes for them. Okay. Then screw that together, isn't it? Make sure that the finish selector is all the way to the left. Okay, so too much. Okay, so that feels about as snug as it's going to get. Then 3 screws. Last one. Kind of weird angles, but they're good. Okay. Finda sensor part installation. So now this doesn't move because it wants to turn on the motor now, right? So it's stiff. That's totally fine. Oh no. Did I forget to put bearings in? I got 2 bearings here. Where'd they go? Okay. No, apparently the bearings don't go there. So where do these bearings go? Oh, it's for attaching the arm. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's fine. Okay, Finda sensor first. Finda preparation. Finda sensor. Finda ball. So drop the ball in. I have dropped the ball in. Cable screw Finda sensor wrapping cable. Wrapping the cables. The exact position will be set in the next step for now. Yeah, okay, so just stick it in for now and then, you know, figure out the depth later. Okay, so that's just held in place for the time being because, you know, it doesn't, yeah, just don't have a calibration for it yet. So, color body assembly. Oh, jeez, I don't like this. Where am I? Step. 26, alignment. So where's my, there it is. Insert any, yeah, put it in. Okay. Start tightening the sensor during the site. Move the sensor. Try moving with the filament as soon as the tip hits the sensor press. Stop tightening. Start tightening the sensor. During tightening, try moving with the filament. As soon as the tip of the sensor presses the filament, stop tightening. Okay. I'm really not sure what I'm looking at here. Oh, okay. Wants to push the ball up and hit this. Okay. That's too much. That seems like it works. Doesn't move. Doesn't feel restrictive. Cinch that up. I'm almost positive I'm going to have to adjust it later anyway. Let's try the pointy end. I saw it a lot better with the pointy end. So, to show you what I'm looking at here, I'm running a piece of filament through, like so. And what I'm doing is just aligning, you can't really see it in here, but there's a ball bearing in there on the probe. So what it wants is when it comes up, it wants to, the ball bearing needs to go up and hit the sensor, or at least as close to it as it can be. That feels good for the time being. Let's see what's what. For step 27, MMU unit parts preparation, got them. MMU assembly. Okay, that's the other piece or this piece? This piece. So in little pieces right here, it wants these bushings. Probably shouldn't be smacking it around, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, the hole isn't exactly straight anyway, so it wouldn't have gone in just by pushing it. Okay. Part 2, pull. Pulley's inside. Okay, so from this way, which is the one that's loose. Yeah, it's this one up here. Yeah. Take the opposite end, like so. and then swing it closed. Rotate, probably let it be done in the next step. Wants the pins. That holds it in like so. And what I'm going to do is I am going to countersink these a bit more because I know how long the pins are and I know how much more travel they have. Doesn't need a lot more travel, but it needs to be bottomed out. You don't want it hanging off just the edge. Okay, now, hey, that feels nice and smooth. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, rotate yellow belly. Put those pins in. Pin, pin, pin. Ah, come on. Okay, so I put the pins in. Now what? Now it wants some screws. Not too sure where it wants the screws yet. Do you not want this to be able to open? Turn the side with two motors towards you. Slide the shaft 5, 16, 11. Yeah. Oh, it's to secure the shaft against falling out. Okay, that's all those are for. So I'll push that down. Just a stop screw? Yeah. Okay, so it's just a stop screw. They don't do anything except just stop the pin from coming out. I wouldn't snug them up too tight purely because you don't want to put tension on it and then cause it some tightness where it doesn't need it. That feels nice and smooth. Tensioning parts. So these up and down, that's going to be for the clamshell here. Yeah, so put down like so. Put down like so. And then screw those down. I'm not screwing these down all the way. It tighten the screw heads slightly below the surface of the printed part, right? So that's there. So it's stuck, it's together, but it's not encumbering on anything. I take this, slide it into position 1. I hope if it goes all the way in. There you go. Comes out, so I would call that assembled correctly. Cool. Turbo time. Quite the challenging chapter, wasn't it? The pulley body assembly required all of your attention to eat no less than 20% of the bears. No less, you say. Okay. I do appreciate the fact that they put some gummy bears in there, because, like, thank you. The next is the electronics. Okay. So, this is the end piece here so far. It's got a bit of weight to it. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of heavy. These two screw mounts here are going to be for the electronics board, I'm sure. But everything's good. Like so. And I think this is as good a time as any for a little bit of a break. So, I will return in not too long. I'll be back. Okay. Back to it. All right, just got to pull the instructions back up. And of course, I lost them. Multi-material unit assembly instructions. Perfect. Step 6. Difficulty. Difficult. Okay, so what I need, that bag in there. I'll put this to the side for now. So I got the board, the casing, and quite a lot of bag of everything. Okay. Let's see here. It's a lot of tie straps, a loom, a couple wires, a couple of these. Can't remember what they're called. Trunk cover plate. And the actual board. I don't want to rip this and damage anything. Black solder mask with, oh, that's cute. So the back of the board's got a little sheep on it. Nice. Okay. On the front of it's got a little sheep too, but yeah. Sheep edition, eh? Okay, yeah, microcontrollers, stepper motors, LEDs. Okay. Some instructions. I need some nuts first. 3. Nope, not there. Yeah, these are stiff. Like too stiff sometimes. Like. Well, 2 of them stayed in. And then it wants me to jeez. bottom out. All right, fair enough. Do that one last. So I'm going to slide the the buttons, 3 long buttons here, through the front of the case. Put it down, and these want the small stubby ones. So what I will do is put in the ones I can first. When screwing in PCBs, you do not want to put a lot of stress on it, because the last thing you want to do is, stress the PCB in any way. And by that, I mean, depending on how many layers the board has, you can genuinely strip it. Just bending them internally, you can just start separating connections. So yeah, so it feels nice and stiff. That's good enough for me. And like you say, on the back, it's got a little spot for the sheep. The board just sits in there like that, and the 3 buttons like so. Cable preparation. The power cable. Use the power cable depending on the type of printer. Okay, so I need a, depending on which cable I need, okay. Let's see here. So, am I missing a different bag or something? Buffer, spare, MMU2 fasteners, electronics. Okay. I don't see anything else. That's the extruder bits. Okay. Oh, it is there. Okay, never mind. So, power cable, the MK3 will be this one, which is just the prongs. Because it says the other ones need like a dongle kind of thing, and that's for the MK2.5. And the other one is a signal cable. No, the signal cable has 2 different connectors. One is smooth with a safety latch. The one is smooth without a safety latch. The other one has a latch, and use the latch for the MMU2 board, connecting the cables. Okay. So I need this, and this. Okay. So I really wish it labeled things a little better, because I really do not like how the wiring diagrams on these are set up. I really don't. Anyways, the Penta probe, that one is middle. I'm describing that how I can see them, because I'm looking at them from a physical perspective, like, oh, this one goes in that one there, right? So this one on the end here goes in the end of the board. Then you got the front high end going over here. back end going here. And then you got the power going second to last. Then it wants, and of course I pressed the wrong button. Electronics assembly. Okay. So it has used the one is smooth with the safety latch. Okay, so hold on. Okay, note the signal cable has two different connectors. One is smooth without the safety latch. The other one has a safety latch. Use the latch for the MM2 board. Okay. So use the latch for the MM2 board. Why wouldn't you just use them both? But okay, well, whatever. Cable management's okay. I'm not going to do cable management until I have it mounted. There's no point in binding the cables up until you know where you're putting them. And it wants. Okay, so it wants. Stupid thing. It's moving all the screws around. So it wants this thing to flip over. And sit like so. Well, I think that's a poor way to do it, but I guess it gives you access to it. So, which ones are these now? M18s. Which are the 18s? That's not an 18. That's an 18. That's an 18. Feels nice and secure. Okay, it's got some weight to it now. All right, so everything seems to be in one piece here. It's way heavier than you would think it would be, but it's together as much as it is. As for cable management, I'm probably not going to cinch everything up until I know exactly where everything is sitting. Then I can tie everything up, because just I don't want to have the problem of having to undo things. Yeah, no, I'll do the cable management thing last, because I don't want to deal with that until I know exactly where it's going. PTFE tube parts preparation. Oh, so once all 5 of the big long ones, okay. PTFE tubes are installed as the last item to avoid damage to them. Be careful during assembly. Okay. So, down like that, and why is there only 4? Let's put the nuts in first. They're not straight. Well, at least I know what it wants. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so what it wants me to do, take the five off this one. Yep. Take the 5 PTFE tubes. Hole for each nut is slightly narrower than the other, therefore the slug should have a snug fit. Turn it upside down, slide it in, using your slide them in. Press them in. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do the nuts first. Where's the screw go? Yeah, this I would have done before even putting this on. Straight up, just the access to it. Yeah, those are smooth. Okay. So I'm not going to be able to seat those in. So once them all in one direction, make sure the free end is now pointing up. There's a circular hole in each of the tube inside the hole. Check one, see what they're referring to here. Okay. Okay. And it wants these. You should be able to press them at least 45 inches inside the tube. Continue by pressing and waiting for. Okay. So which way do you go in? So it's going to come out like this. I want it coming down. Yeah, I want it coming down. So up, up. Yeah, this wants to barely go in. They are slippery. I don't want to kink them or bend them or anything like that, because then they'd be useless. Okay. Geez, these are slippery. Okay, so I got those in, and then I put this this part in, but which side goes where? Doesn't really say. Let's test fit. That looks good. I still don't like the position of the screws, but you know. Put one of the screws in. Which one? Second. Yeah, I really don't like. I would have done this like before I even put this thing on. In fact, I hate that so much, I am going to pull the board off so I don't have to have that problem. So yeah, there's a top tip for anyone. When you get to this stage, when you're putting on the PTFE tubes, don't put this on. Pull that off. Leave it hanging there. It's all hooked up, because that way you can actually get access to this and screw in your stuff. So. But I don't know which direction this wants to go in. I don't really say. I suppose it can go any other way. Nope, definitely won't go any other way. So it is this way. What a stupid system. Losing screws and everything. Okay. This, trying to get that back one in. Jeez, I can't get that to catch. Trying to do it to the end ones first. It's just a bad mounting system. Yeah, this is a terrible mounting system. How they have this platter in there. I would have put those slotted ones in here, not this huge gaping hole that you're trying to fit nuts into. At this rate, pull all of your hardware to the side because the things are just kicking it around. Because they're so long and narrow, you're never going to get these things in there even straight. They just fall sideways. And I really don't want to shove them in because that's the last, another tubes are starting to come loose. Like, I did read there was some problems with this stuff. And I think that can be attributed genuinely to just some of the assembly design. Just a couple of things I would just change. Like the clip on here, that's fine. That isn't an issue. The issue is how it's mounted. Because I would have had some secondary screw thing bolted in here so you can actually just run the things in. But these 4 holes here need 4 screws in there, and they do not want to guide in. So try something else. Try the super long spare without the fixture. And I'm going to try and pull the nut up, but the reason I don't like that is because of what happened the one time I did it, and how it tried to split. I can't even tell what it is. Looks pretty far up. What on earth is this thing doing now? Don't tell me it's stripping it again. Man, that just floats around in there. It's garbage. It's not even stripped. It's just floating around. It's got too much room. It's just flopping around. And now, this design is no good. So I pulled it back. Let's see if it falls out. Amazing. Okay, well, let's try that 3 more times. I shouldn't have to do this. Like, just straight up. I should not have to do this. I shouldn't have to pull in. No, I don't know. Maybe it's just me being pedantic or something, but if I had a product that had this kind of a weird temperamentalness to it, I would be really upset. But hey, what can you do? I'm sure someone who is going to watch this later is either going to agree with me or call me an idiot. But I don't know. Who knows? Oh, come on. Such a weird concept, pulling in nuts. Like, they won't seat properly until you do this. Like, well, okay. Like, seems like a massive design fault at that point, but. Yeah, shit. Spare bag. And I will say this, having a good on Prusa for throwing in the baggie of extra nuts and things like that, because it costs him nothing, right? Like, dude's already buying these by the pound, right? So guys buying thousands at a time. For him to throw a couple extra in a bag it costs him almost nothing. But if you lose one, you're not screwed. Okay. They aren't falling out now. Good. Put the tubes back together. Number 4. And number 5. Take the thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. It is the long ones, right? Yeah, the long ones. And the second you put them in, they fall out. Awesome. Well, that was lackluster. Cool. All right, let's try this one more time with a different way to do this. Okay, so I'm gonna put force down down the tube. I'm going to put at least one of these screws in. Put it in, kind of felt it bottom out. And it just keeps pushing the screws out. Like, I'm gonna start wrecking the tubes here in a minute. Like, this is borderline unacceptable. Like yeah, the 2 I put in, they just fell right out. The other 2, the second I even touched them, they pop out. So let's see here. What can I do to fix that? Technically, I could put a drop of epoxy in there. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, like, how does it tell you to do it? You should carefully turn it upside down. Slide in the end. Use your hand. Each nut is slightly narrower than the other nut, therefore the nut should have a snug fit. It does not have a snug fit. So I'm going to try something a little different too. So I got it down. I'm going to make sure all the nothing, no wires in the way or anything like that. And what I'm going to do is I am going to permanently seat these in. So I'm going to take the long screw, run it through. So it's on the tip. I'm going to put it down in the end here in a straight, level fashion. And then I'm going to give it a little tap, unscrew. In theory, that'll stay there. But if I do this and try to do the screw again, oh, that actually holds it. What a concept. All right, well, I'm doing that for the rest of them now. Slide it down. Hit it down, and that one didn't go anywhere. It just sat there and smiled at me. Now I went down the wrong hole. Capture it, pull it back up. I don't trust that one, but we'll test it. No, test it. Okay. All right, try this a third time. I really shouldn't have to do this, but yeah, I don't like this part. I really don't. I would happily never do it again. Okay, let's try this again. Gotta put the tubes back in. And at this point, I'm almost positive I'm gonna start damaging them if I keep doing this. Okay, so clip on, long screw. And the nut falls out again. That's a different nut now. Where's this one? Oh, what hot garbage. Like, I don't know where that came from. I'll figure it out. Oh, so it is threaded, but it's just spinning around internally because it's... God, that's terrible. So now I got to pull it, try and seat it in some fashion. No. Run it with a dowel, pin. Yeah, the tolerance here is terrible. The maybe catching, but it's what's happening is it's not gripping it tight enough because they barely got it in the first place, and then it just starts spinning. I don't like that. I'm not going to be at all surprised if this jams in some fashion. Now this one. There we go. That is terrible. But they're in. And now I'm not too sure where that one came out of. Kept flopping around. And that's one on the side here. Okay. One that holds the board in. Okay. So, I'm going to put the board back together. I guess back together is not the right word, but reassemble it. Which length of cables does it want, or length of screws? M318. That's one. And the other one fell down here somewhere. Spare parts bag. Just because I don't want to look for it. Like if I bought 10 of these, all with the multi-material thing, I would insist that they come assembled from the factory. I'm sure they probably won't do it, but it's worth an ask. Okay. I want to say that's going to work. Okay, so cable management, I'm not doing that until it's done. PTFE tubes, assembly in frame holder parts separation. 4 screws. This thing, that's going to be those 4 screws there. So with it that way, it wants them like so. Okay. Oh, come on. Killing me here. What are you sitting on? Oh, it's just uneven. Okay. Okay. Okay, frame holder. Well, the extra upside down. Be extra careful to fin the cable. It can be broken. It is good. The MMU unit is finished. Do not assemble on the frame. Wait for instructions. PTFE tube parts preparation. That is this one. That's what it wants. It wants, okay, that's the one that goes in here. That's why you want this. Just to snug that up. Okay. Okay, now this says it's done, but I'll look at that when I see it. Okay, so zip ties and everything over here. We got one more of these, and that's going to go inside the head. So what happens now is this big thing come hither, and then plops on, plops on. Does it want the bottom end first? No, it doesn't. Does it go on top first? Yeah. There. Okay, let's tilt that up so you can see it. All right, so now this part here wants to go in here, but that seems like a bit of a bend. Put that fitting in the top end. Okay, so before I continue, I feel I should probably change the tip before I get all this going. So I will do that first. So that will involve me getting the power cable in here. Okay. I'm going to take this off. Somehow. Actually, I don't need to take it off. I just need to keep it out of the way. Yeah, I just need to keep it out of the way. I think. Yeah, keep it out of the way. Because I haven't done anything with it yet, right? So. You know what? I'll just zip tie this. Yeah, that worked well. Yeah, I'm just going to take it off. How do you take it off? Can't remember how to hold it on. There we go. Okay, so this is technically complete, but I am going to put it to the side for now because I'm going to do this before I can't. Couple of channel locks and a 7mm. So what I'm going to do, plug this in, because I'm going to have to readjust everything to begin with because I fiddled with all this. So what I'm going to do is put my sheet on. Got my paper towel and my isopropyl alcohol, which I'm not going to bother cleaning this up yet until kind of thing. So what I'm going to do is settings, move axes, Z up. I want it up more. More. Okay. Is that hot? No. Okay. So settings, what I'm going to do is temperature, nozzle. And I can't remember how hot it wants to go to change it. It wants it hot before it pulls it out. So 100 and 200 something. $270. I'm not sure if that's doing it. I also can't tell if it's even getting there. Yeah, I don't know if it's even cranking it up or not. Well, let's not touch it with. Oh no, that's getting hot. Yeah, there's a little nub there, and it was soft now. So yeah, I got my Olsen Ruby there. That way I can print pretty much anything I want. I wish it would tell me. Oh, there it is. It's at 250 already. Okay. That's 270. So what it wants me to do, I use a cleaner pair. Takes a pair of channel locks, and what it wants me to do is hold the heater block. Okay. Keep it from flexing, right? Take my 7 mil. And lefty loosey. Come on. There we go. It's hard to get a grip on it, that's all. Yeah, I can already feel the heat in the wrench here. So I'm going to put down, a little paper towel there just in case it just falls right out. I can't believe how hot that's getting the. Oh, it's hot. It's smoking. Which means. Whoa, that's warm. Okay, so I got that out and away. Looks okay. Never done this before, ever. Oh, I should wait for that to cool off. That's really hot. Yeah, I'm blowing some. I turned the heat brake fan on because I was getting warm. All right, let's try to slide this in. I don't know. Nope, I knew that was going to happen. I should get a socket, 7mm socket, just to start it, because I'm pretty sure if I start with my fingers, I'm going to burn myself. Or not, maybe not. Oh, there we go. Now, this thing, need to hold it while I'm screwing this tip. Yeah, not. I know you don't torque this very much. You just want it snug. Okay, preheating it for PLA. So that should just try to cool it down. Turn the heater off. And because I was screwing with the head anyway, I need to do the calibration again anyway. So, might as well change the tip, right? So what we'll do is get board nice and clean. Some alcohol here. Now this alcohol is electronics grade. It is 99.9% pure, so it's about as pure as you're going to get. Okay. So what I am going to do, because I don't want to set up a reel and things like that, I really should. Okay. So I will set up the reel. I will set up Prusa just because I am going to calibration. Please clean the nozzle for calibration. Click when done. Okay. I don't like playing with things that work. You know what I mean? Like, it works, why screw with it? Bed living failed. Sensor didn't trigger debris on the nozzle, waiting for reset. Okay. Yeah, so it's... I got to go through the whole procedure to level this thing now, so... Which is fine, but... So I'm going to do the calibration wizard as if... Delete current calibration results and start from the beginning. Continue? Yes. Yes. First, I'll self-test on so many problems. Which, okay, cool. Fun, eh? Can't tell what the nozzle is. It's off the bed. Yeah, I've never changed the nozzle on a 3D printer before, so it's all a learning process. This is waiting for nozzle and bed cooling, so I guess it's just, it's just got all the fans on going and doing its thing, right? Yeah, hurry up and wait. Yeah, I have to go through I'm going to go through the calibration wizard again, just because I have to recalibrate the offset of it anyway. So might as well just do it. Now it's actually doing a fan test. Extruder fan, okay. Print fan, it's working, so should say okay. Print fan, okay. Checking x-axis. It's not scraping. Nope. X okay. Y. This should be just fine. I'm worried about the Z axis, right? Y is okay. Calibrating home. XYZ okay. Bed, hot end. Oh, there's the wonder. Did I put the tip on correctly, or did I destroy the entire thing? Because I genuinely don't know. Yeah, before I continue with the multi-material test and everything, I'm going to make sure this tip works. So that means I'm going to print like some stupid simple thing on the SD card that takes like 20 minutes. That way I can at least, make sure the nozzle's tight and it's working. There's nothing oozing out of it. I did not torque it down too hard because it didn't need a lot to even pull off. So yeah. Yeah, should be good. The bed is okay. The hot end, it's testing now. I can't imagine it'll have too much of a problem. But if memory serves, it's going to want my... I'll use my piece of paper here. So it's all correct. That's good. XYZ calibration take approximately 12 minutes. That's fine. Do your thing, man. Why am I cleaning the nozzle when it just goes up? Not following that. Please clean the nozzle for calibration. Click when done. What's wrong with it? Doesn't look wrong or anything, but I'll go get a needle and poke it up there and see what's what. Okay. So I got these little super long ones. And there's something in it, but I think that's just me being stupid and there's a steel sheet on the heat bed. No. Place paper under the paste paper. Yeah. Big needles here, put it back in. I really hope I didn't damage or break anything just because I tried changing the nozzle. Oh, it isn't even close. Yeah, it's a few. Oh no, it came closer now. It didn't look close before, but it is close now. So I guess it was just shifting itself down. We were doing this last time. It took a while. But just darting itself and testing itself across just everywhere. Oh, it's good. I'm smacking into the ground, so that's a plus. I don't know, for having like no experience in building 3D printers, so far so good. I would say. Maybe. Still calibrating 1 of 4. Yeah, you calibrate that corner. It's not catching the paper, which is good. So it means it's not bottoming out, which means my probe didn't change. I didn't modify that. Didn't change the belt or anything like that. All I changed was the tip and the feeder, effectively, right? So this should be more or less the same as last time, but because the number 2 of 4, okay, just move the piece of paper over. But I want it done properly, right? So if I have to do this whole process for like 12, 15 minutes, that's completely fine for me. I want it to work properly, right? The last thing I want is the head to just not know where it is and just drive itself clean into the ground. That would just be unfortunate. Yeah, I just really hope the nozzle, the ruby tip I bought, I didn't somehow break it. That's like $120 for a new one. And if I broke it, I broke it. It's as simple as that. So I don't think I did. I really don't think I did. Still 204. So far, so good. Yeah, still 204. Uh, 304 now. Feels good. No yanking of the paper. Feels like as if it was yesterday. Yesterday. Monday when I did this. No, Sunday. Sunday. Monday. Monday. I can't remember which day I did it now. But so far, so good. After this, I'll do this. I'll have to do the. I think the same thing. No, it's not the same thing with the steel sheet, but it needs to do the Z offset. So it'll be different because of the tip. The tip is a physically different size. I don't know by how much. I should have measured it, but I know this tip's still good. I'm not going to throw it away, but the same time, what would I use it for now? I suppose if I broke this, I'd use it, put it back in. But yeah, I probably should have done a cold pull on it. I think it's, got a little bit of. I think I didn't clean it properly before changing it, but I'm not perfect. Don't know what I'm doing. Still learning. Still doing 3 or 4. I suppose I need the Harbo. Four of 4. It's good. Yeah, so far so good with the calibration. Still 4 of 4. Everything looks okay. paper still flops around under it. Kind of gets caught on little screws in the back, but put that 3mm away. Don't need that anymore. Still good. Yeah, it looks good so far. Don't have a reason to think it's broken. Last one had some kind of weird quirk at first too, then it corrected itself. So I wonder if that's kind of the same thing. So I got to make sure this works before I can make sure that works. So, because at least if this works, I can still use the printer, right, as a standalone item. I don't need to use the multi-material piece. But yeah, I'm not going to do the wiring loom until that's absolute last, like everything works, kind of thing. Oh. Okay. Now what? Please place steel sheet on heat bed. Measuring reference height of calibration point 1 of 9. I wonder if this adds a lot of width to it. That poked me. XYZ calibration okay. XY axis are perpendicular. Congratulations. Is filament loaded? No. PLA. Just preheating the nozzle. And then it should, I think, if memory serves, it'll go to the Z-axis offset setting. Last time, like with the other tip, it was 1.1 and change. For this, I just don't know. I think it's a smidgen. I don't know. They might be a little shorter, but I really don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. It's heating the tip. Apparently, I'm supposed to look for like leakage, right? But I don't see anything. Yeah, but I also haven't really fed it with anything, right? So soon. Please insert filament into the extruder, then press the knob to load it. Okay, it's taking it, it's grabbing it. Nothing seems leaky. Everything seems out of place. Yes. Calibrated tip distance, nozzle heat bed surface. Okay. Zigzag pattern. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to do the Z-axis offset. It printed little string, so I'm calling that tip good. Now it's going to make sure it's, you know, what is this? This is a. Oh. I shouldn't be able to flex with my bare hands a wrench. So it's a good quality wrench. All right. I'm happy. You got some progress going now. Okay. So once I get the offset set, then I can, you know, then I know this is working, and then I can do that. But so far, I'm pretty happy. And what it was saying, it must have just been because of the height thing. I shoved it right up to the top or something. I don't know, but in theory, it's fixed now. So I'll put the old instructions: heat hot into printing temp, recommended torque 1 Newton meter. Okay, cool. Put the old one in the box here because why not? That way I don't lose it. Should start soon. So it says it's heating the bed. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, way too high. Not even in the neighborhood. I'm about right where I was last time, 1.1 and change. But I think it needs to go down a smidgen more. I can't really tell yet. It does look like it's starting to squish a bit, though, so that's good. So I'll do 1.2. That looks too much, so I'll lift it up a bit. 1.3, 1.13 rather. It's doing a little patch right now, so I might have to run this again just to kind of tweak it, right? Okay. So the first little bit was, yeah, that's actually pressing it down now. That looks good, actually. I don't know if you can see it. That's the bottom of the sample piece it made. It's not splitting, not like if I tear it, it comes apart. But no, it looks really good. It's nice and it's got a bit of a squish to it, but not too much. I call that good. If you have additional sheets, calibrate it to presets in settings, HW, steel sheets. Okay. All's done. Happy printing. Okay, so what I should do while I'm here is calibrate the textured sheet as well. HW, calibration. Main. Settings. HW setup. Steel sheets. Texture. Yeah, texture 1. First layer calibration. Is filament loaded? Yeah, but let me put this on first. Yeah, I might as well do both. Which reminds me, I should check something. Because there is something I'm. Hold on, connecting electronics. Okay, I'll do that later. I've gotten to it anyway. You need to go to material guide. I just need to. Jeez. Da, da, da. Okay. I need to use this sheet anyway for what I plan on doing anyway, so it's good that I'm calibrating it because it does have a different thickness apparently. So this is good for this PEI sheet's good for PLA, but the texture is good for things like PETGA, I guess it is. Oh, not even close. Not even remotely close. Not even pressing it down into the bed yet. Yeah, it's just gathering it up in a clump on the head. It's not even getting a chance to put down. It just started up so high that it's just making a huge mess. So what I'll do is I'll start it at like -1.5, because this thing, it's extruding, but it's just putting it all in one spot. It's just bundling up on itself. It's not even having a chance to put it down. So because it started out super high, like it was just squirting it out, and with impunity. So I'm gonna have to get it all off. That's a lot. It's ruining. It's covering my nozzle. Move axis. Move Z. Move it up so I can clean it. Just nothing but gunk. Yeah, it was just a chunk of it on there. Fill the PLA again and start again. Okay. So we started in this part where it actually puts it down now. But just for fine tuning. Just don't know if it needs to go down further. Yep, further. Gee, is it going to stick to the sheet or what? At least it's starting to stick to it. It's just not even close now. Yeah, it's still too high. It just started catching everything again, so I'll have to do it again. It started out good, but then once it started pulling back and around, it started catching itself. So it's at -1.245 right now. Probably needs to go down a little, not too much more, but a little bit more. Z up. Yeah, it's just bundled up on it, right? Okay. I got to let off. Try one more. So it's got it down now. So it's okay. All right, this should be good now, but I should give this a lick of alcohol. First bead's good. And it's actually starting to press it down and adhere to the thing instead of being picked up. So 1.3 now, and it looks like it could be down a little bit, a smidgen more, but not by much. So extra negative 1.325. That looks good so far. I mean, it's just kind of hard to see, right? So I'm gonna so it's final sweeping pad thing. I got it at negative 1.340. Just to see how it is. It's actually laying it down now, so instead of, you know, just catching itself all over the nozzle. So okay, so that piece pretty good. Not a lot of stick, but it is a textured surface. Looks nice. That looks pretty good. It's got a little bit of a squish to it, but it's not too thin. Yeah. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see that, but it looks good. So I will call that okay. So a little bit of alcohol in here. Okay. I don't think I need to print any kind of a test piece. I'm pretty confident things are working as they should. So that is what I'm going to do. Yeah, so I got both the sheets smooth one, texture one. I'm just gonna keep it on the texture. I do like the texture of it. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna reset the machine and turn it off. Actually, no, I should extrude the filament. Actually, what temperature do you have a cold pull? I should really do that. Temp for a cold pull between 180 and 240. It has to be hot enough to melt the burnt plastic, but not too hot to burn the residues even more. If you want to be cautious, start your cold pull lower temperature, increasing with each step. Okay. You know what? I will just unload filament. Because to be fair, I'm going to be dumping stuff in it really quick. It's not like I'm leaving it for days. So I'm happy the tip works. I'm just just happy to be here right now. Press knob to unload. Oh, yeah, that worked. Yeah, it worked just fine. Sure, there's stuff in the tip still, but for the time being, it's okay. Take off the control arm thing. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to unplug it. Okay, so it's off, it's unplugged. The new nozzle's in there, the new tip, everything. I'm happy. So now, this big fat thing goes in the middle, wherever the middle is, and plop. There. Okay, so just running these over to the side here. It wants me to do, no, it's already in there. What am I doing? There. I already had the tube in, so I just put that in. These are all in good. If I want to take it out, I can just as easily take it out. So that's fine there. This is centered. Yes. Okay. So, luckily for me, there's really only 2 wires. Power and then a 5-pin with only 4 wires. I don't know exactly which one it has to go in, but I have a pretty good guess as to which one it is. And I need to move the... Yeah. I got a pretty good guess where it needs to go, but I don't know for sure. So let's... pull up the instructions again. I still don't like the fact it's online. Not the introduction, not the pre-flight check. Remote unit assembly. Electronics, yeah, because I don't know where it wants to. Did the PTFE tubes. Plopped it on. Connect that. I did that. Connecting the electronics. Make sure you cut part of the plastic. Make sure you wear protective equipment. Cut part of the plastic. It wants to cut a little nib in that, eh? Like, okay. Upper hinge, using pliers, carefully cut a corner of the door. Need to create space for the MMU2S cable bundle. Comparison is trimmed. Okay, that's not exactly terrible, but I don't know which pins. Okay, so power goes pins 1 and 2. Okay, and then the okay, so it goes in the top bit. Okay, fair enough. That ain't so bad. Which side goes where though? Brown on the left. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's not so bad at all. Now I think about it. Then unit, difference depending on the printer you have. For the MK3S, use this step. For 2.5, skip to the next. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not connecting a 2.5, so. Okay, that's not that terrible. So, what I will do, now that I kind of know what's, what, a little bit at least, I'm going to secure some of the cables now, just because I at least know what it's trying to do. And I am going to keep a little slack in the cables because I don't like cinching things up as tight as possible, like some people I know, but whatever. Where does it want this? This loom. Does it want to go this way? It must. Yeah, it wants to go the other way. So I'll cut that. And I will run it the opposite way. Yeah, so I'll run these, the ones that are actually out towards the harness. I will secure these ones here, though. Just a couple of stepper motors and whatnot. Just a little snug, just to keep them in place. These ones over here. You have one nice little tie off up here. Yeah, because I don't want them too tight and just obstructing themselves. You know what I mean? I don't care if there's a little cord here or there. This is entirely too long, so I will be trimming it. Because this thing isn't even going to move, so this can just stay stationary. So this really only needs to go to here. Yeah. No need having all of it if you don't need it. And it's literally just 2 wires, so, well, two bunches of wire, not 2 wires. If it was 2 wires, I wouldn't even put a loom on it. I would just run it. Okay. This is almost more annoying. It's not even going to move that much, if at all. A little bit left in it. Couple inch. There. So what I'll do on the top end is I will cinch the loom cable together up top, just because I don't want it to slide around. And it isn't going to go anywhere anyway. Excuse me. Oh, I want you to snip the corner here, so I'll snip the corner there. Snip it some more. See how much room that gives me. Ah, looks like plenty. Oh yeah, that's more than enough. It ain't even gonna move, so that's fine. Now the only problem is getting wiring in. I'll do the power last. But this one, it wants brown up top and to the left. That popped in just nice. And as for these, I will have to tilt it. What popped out? Was a nut. No, it popped in the electrical board. Stupid nut holding door closed. All right, well, while I'm here, do the power. I don't like screwing with wiring harnesses after you've already, put them in, Don't like it. Just because, yeah, I got so much stuff in the way, and I put the power cords in first and then plugged everything else in. And they have to be the one furthest away. Have to be. Well, while I'm in here, I should really search for that nut that fell in there. That's all I need is a short. I hear it rumbling in there. Come out. Doesn't help I don't see it, but I hear it. That's the problem. Yeah, until I find it, I can't really continue because that's just something I do not want. I don't want a piece of metal inside the computer box, That's just not good. It could fall out by now. You have to do a visual inspection. There's no real way around that. Is it behind the wires here? Underneath the board? Like I saw it fall out of the door. So I know it's still in there. It hasn't landed anywhere on the table here, so it is still in it. But I don't want to have to take it all apart just to find something that shouldn't have fallen out in the first place. Okay. Let's try this way. What does that say, Mom? I will physically remove the box. Instead of the wires, and then shake vigorously. Which side of it? That's the other side. I remember where it is. Under it. Oh no, it's on the bottom there. Where? Way on the bottom. This kind of gives me the opportunity to put the power on it anyway, because this way I can at least, pop the whole harness off and then just plop it all back in. Upon visual inspection, nothing up top, nothing where it shouldn't be. So where'd the nut go? That's my question. Did it go into the track or something? Because it fell out of the door, which, how often you opening the door, right? It's not on the back. It's not behind the board. It doesn't look like it's in between anything. It must have shooken out and I didn't notice it. Like it must have, because it's not in here. Okay, well, using this opportunity to put in the power wires properly, now that I can actually see them. Move that so I can actually get to it. Red goes in red. Okay, got the two positives in. It seems like a little bit of an afterthought harness-wise, but we get it fixed. We'll get it in there. I just do not know for the life of me where that nut went. Okay, so the harness is all together now, ish. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Did it get stuck to the underside of the plate, maybe? What if I shook it out and then it just got caught on the magnet underneath? I don't know, but it's not in the box. That I am fairly confident of. It's not on the top, it's not underneath. It is, it appears to be in solid order. So I will pop the case back on. I will tighten it back up. Where is it at the bottom? Yeah. Get a new square nut to replace the one that I can't figure out where it went. I just don't know where that went, like at all. Like it's gone. I don't think it should be that easy to fall out in the first place, especially in an electrical box, but you know. What do I know? Down. Just trying to guide a wire. Okay, so status update. This is done. This wiring harness is in the box. It's plugged in where it should. So now I just got this bundle of joy here, which I will deal with next. That's going to drive me crazy. If this thing fries, I'm going to be so mad. Because I looked, it's nowhere. Okay, so connecting electronics, yes. Fork, back end, then supposed to point up, yeah. Okay, close it, turbo time, I ate them all. Next, spool holder. Well, I'm only going to use these for just a test run, so I'm only going to make 2 of them because that's what I need, right? So and if I want to make more, I can make more later. So Assembling shafts, put them on. It just sits there. Yeah. Come on. It's so easy. I don't even need directions. There's one. Oh. These are quite oily. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I only got 2 trays will go in because that's all I plan on using the trays for right now. Actually, a wee bit of alcohol in there, clean up the grease from the bearings. There we go. Okay. Buffer parts. Buffer parts. Buffer parts preparation, new version. Okay, so this is a. Oh, this is that thing. Okay, yeah, I know what that is. So this buffer thing. So when the thing kicks back to retract, the filament, it needs a place to go. So it goes into this like baffle kind of thing. So it doesn't start screwing up with the spool of filament. So this is something handy to have. This is something I'll definitely keep. I'll integrate this in some fashion. But how do I put it together? Okay, and put that in there. Times 5. And the other way around. Okay. And then some more PTFE tubing. More nuts and screws. So this is going to be a top and bottom. Make sure I get the right one on the bottom. Yes. So rinse and repeat. Peel off the plastic and put it on. Somehow. Come on. Let's try somewhere else. At least when it comes off in one piece. Well, only 3 more to go. Oh, doing so well too. Last one. There. So now what? Don't turn the buffer yet. Okay. So 2 and 2. Oh, come on. arrange the top bit and do the same thing. Well, that is gonna be hard to line up. Okay. Okay. Get this bottom one in. Okay. Oh, that's the bottom. Then I'm putting in baffles, effectively. Buffer spaces. Leave room for PTFE tubes. Oh, that's what that is. Can I go on top or the bottom? Okay, so what I'm doing now, I put the top and the bottom on it. I need to put the side ones in, 1, 2, 3, and on both sides, and that creates the negative space for when the filament kicks back, it winds up in here instead of kicking back into the spool. And that helps it to not have a lot of problems. Oh, which sides have the hooks? Which sides have the hooks? Okay. Adding spaces on both sides, old version. Adding PTFC sides, both versions. Does it matter what side it goes into? I don't think so. Okay. Well, there's only 2 anyway, so like, what is that supposed to do? Doesn't hold anything, does it? I think it's like a mount. Where do you put it? Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay. Spacer hook, printed buffer spools, space hook. There's 2 holes. So what's the point of the ones with the hook on it? It doesn't really say. Then why would 3 go in one and 2 in the other? Why would you just have all 5 going into one direction? What's the point of splitting it like that? I'm really not sure how this is supposed to work, but yeah, I know this has something to do with it. If it kicks back, it should wind up in here. But why do you split it off? Like, seriously, it's like this. Why? Like, where do you put it? No, that can't be how it is. That just seems stupid. Because the top parts would go in here, I think. Now I don't even know. Don't tighten. Please read instructions. Okay, that's nice. Adding the spacer on both sides, old version. Adding PTFE tubes, both versions. Take the 150 tubes, slide on the stick on the side. Tighten slightly with the servers. Check his PTFE tube with a piece of filament. Sure, it can be smoothly in front of the tube. It's not unscrew a bit. I gotta just look at this and just see what it. Oh, don't tell me to do firmware update. Oh no, I would too, wouldn't I? Yeah, because it doesn't. I'm sure it might know what it is, but it doesn't know what it is. Okay, so. Well, let's put the thing together, at least. Even though I'm almost entirely positive it's not going to work right. Okay. Sorry about the loudness. Yeah, so some of these are lining up perfectly, but some of them not so much. So the little bit of a twist while going down kind of fixes that a bit. then kind of helps it align more as you go down. Okay. Okay. So I've at least been able to determine it once the hook's on one side. So we'll do that at least. Okay, and it wants it off to the side, this side. Okay, got to get this lined up. Okay. Okay, so this appears to be done. So it's got the hooks on the one side. I don't know why they need to be on one side, but she be made. I'm really not too sure how this is supposed to work, but adding the spacers and the hooks. Okay, I added the hooks. Turn the rougher back to holes facing the right again. Yep. Use 6, and that's now skip to step 20. Okay, adding PTFE tubes. Take 150 mil, so 15. Why are they going up top? Like, secure the PTFE tubes using the screws. Okay, so how do I hook up that? Does I go on the bottom, the top? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Wouldn't you screw in the top ones up top and the other ones through the bottom? That seems like it would make more sense. I really don't know how this is supposed to work. That does not seem right. Because you put it in, right? Okay, that's nice, but where does it go? Right? You just into the ether, right? Like, why? What's the point? How does it work? I have no idea. Didn't really tell me. It just says to stick them in the top. Why? Why wouldn't you put them like does that go on the bottom and the spools? Like, that doesn't make any sense. No, that just, it seems like you'd want it to come out the top because it's going down, right? Then why do you have this little hook thing here? Like, I don't know. It doesn't say. Avoid deforming the plates. Yeah, so like this thing is made, but everything else about it doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I just don't know what the hell it's trying to do. Like, I understand what it does. I just don't know how you're supposed to hook it up. Those trays are done. That's not a concern. There's got to be like comments here that goes have the same confusion as I do, because like try to feed the filament with the way the buffer is designed. I cut my buffer plates to match the video. This buffer is from the devil, very unusable. Don't you consider a different one, different design? This custom design on Prusa. Okay, yeah, so doesn't even, okay, so a lot of people don't even use this. Spool holders. I was truly surprised with this thing. The buffer, no pictures on the side of the table space required. Now I have a challenge where to shove it in my cramped space. Use the vacuum form spool holders alone without guiding the filament through the buffer as just push your filament through any side, and as it comes out, just stir it to the correct sides, and the color, anything else couldn't matter less. Okay. See step 8. What does the buffer do exactly? It prevents tangling the filament. Yeah. Kind of wildly confusing. Makes no sense, but okay. At least I'm not the only person who's confused, right? So let's just leave that for the time being. Pre-flight check. Pinda. Extruders turn off and slightly pull in. Extruders slightly different. Okay, so I already did this part when I changed the nozzle. So I adjusted that already. I already did 2 types of MMU firmware. Important, before you start downloading flashing 2 types of MMU firmware, you can distinguish between them. NC Rambo. This firmware is flashed to the board, which is inside the black Rambo box near the heat bed USB Type B cable. Maybe board 2. This firmware is flashed to the board, new board, which is inside the MMU2. What? Is that why there's that cable here? No, it still doesn't make any sense. Okay. Download necessary software. Okay, so. Yep. Screw holders, buffers, screws galore. Okay. A little bit of a mess, but I'll get it done. Okay, so I really wish this was on like a book instead of me just looking like I'm playing on my phone. But okay, so 2 types of multi-material unit firmware. So I understand that the computer might not know what to do with it, right? Down flash and 2 types of firmware for the MMU2S. Make sure you can distinguish between them. USB Type B cable. USB firmware. This is firmware flash to the board and something to the top of the micro USB cable. Okay. Okay, so I know there is there was a port on it. Yeah, there's a mini USB port up top. Can't really see it, but jeez. Okay, so important before you start, there are 2 types of the firmware for the MMU2S. Make sure you distinguish between them. NC Rambo firmware. This firmware is flashed to the board, which is inside the black Rambo box near the heat bed. Use USB Type B. Okay. That's for Mark III or 2.5 MMU2 board firmware. This firmware is flashed to the new board, which is inside the MMU2 unit on top of the frame. Use the micro USB cable. Printer and MMU unit firmwares are both available for download and package. Source slicer won't let you accidentally. Prusa slicer won't let you accidentally flash the incorrect firmware to reach board. Well, that's good. You think that it's brand new, so you think that the firmware would be already on it. That's what I'm going to say. It's probably already flashed to it. It is brand new. Adding MMU Prusa slicer did that already. Printable models did that. G-code preparation. I already have one already made. I clicked next on the document 404. So that's great. Okay, so I'm a bit of a gambling man. So I know I'm not going to hurt anything. And if I do, I got documented proof with this video that I didn't really screw it up that I'm aware of. But I hate to flush, like $1,500 down the drain. So okay, so I have all this. I might as well set up the spools. I think just the way things are moving, they're kind of trailing this way, right? So what I'll do is I'll go grab the 2 spools. One is dissolvable material, and the other is ColorFab XF or CF20 carbon fiber stuff, which I've had drying in an oven for the last 6 hours anyway. So that should be nice and crisp. It's a short print, so it shouldn't matter if it's sitting right here. But even so, I can just re-dry it. Right, and I got dry boxes all set up. I just trying to make sure it works first, right? So I'll go get this stuff. I'll try to load it. Like, geez, like I really don't know what I'm doing here first. Like, the instructions are not overly clear. Like, just straight up. Oh, this sits flat. That makes a whole lot more sense. Why wouldn't you tell me that? Yeah, it sits flat. And this hooks into the back. Why wouldn't you explain that? Yeah, like, why did you? Oh, that just annoys me. Like, it's in here, but it isn't in the install guide. Why would you just not do that? Like, okay, so it's got these little hooks in the back, right? And they're not really hooks. It's just something to hold it in place in the back. I can't really. Yeah, it just kind of hooks up in the back and just sits there. Like, that makes a little more sense to me than what it was talking about. I'm sitting there holding it vertically, going, what the hell are you supposed to do with this? Like, why would you stick the two tubes up the top? And like, why? Like, what would be the point of that? Like, now this makes sense. Okay, so what I do, these tubes, I'll have to kind of maneuver them around a bit. I might have to genuinely twist them, move them, but how this is supposed to work is, yeah, these tubes get plugged into the bottom, right? The stubby ones are out the top for when you wind your thing around, and then these filament boxes would stay over there. So let's kind of move things around. That really annoys me. Like, this just seems like you got 6 people writing the same thing and no one's talking to each other. Okay, so these go over here. Okay, so these, I don't know which one goes where, but this, I assume, helps me. And the answer is yes. So number 1 goes in the top on the side here. How far up does that go? Okay, I'll put it like that. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to baffle it, right? So put a screw in to hold it in place. And by hold it in place, like, just touch it. Okay, so number 2, where do you go? You go, I just had it. Okay, below number 1. Like, the install guide should have this information in it. It shouldn't. That's just weird. Like, no, that bothers me. Like, to the point I would genuinely complain about it. But who's gonna care? Like realistically, who's gonna care? Yeah, it feels stiff. Okay, number 3 is the top end. I put them all down, right? So it's kind of where the natural curve is. If I'd have known this was going to be the case, I would have, finagled it differently. But what I'll do is kind of more of a curve that I'm happy with. And actually, what I'll do is I'll do the work my way up so I actually have room. So up. Two more screws, two more tubes. So that's number 4 now. Like, yeah, why wouldn't you explain this? Like, even just a picture of it laying down on the side would have been acceptable. Like, it's just strange to me. Like, why would you just not include that? Maybe the printer, maybe the manuals are designed by people who are just like they're there and like do this day in and day out, right? So maybe they're just like, oh yeah, that's how it goes, and they just don't figure you should put it in. I don't know. Okay, so I can't really turn this around, but maybe I can. I don't really want to, but I suppose I can. Just to show you what I'm on about here. See what I mean? Like it's got little hooks here underneath, kind of thing, on the harness. This is the order in which it said on the 3D printing handbook, not the installation guide. And then what happens on this end, I guess it doesn't matter, just got to stick these in. But how are you supposed to trace these? Like, my question for these specifically is, how are you supposed to well, no, okay. So I guess it takes a little bit of a finesse to get them in, but yeah, okay. No, because you're just sticking the tip in. You push it in, you find it, you kind of manually guide it around, and then you can set the filament. Okay, fair enough, but still stupid. Well, these almost don't even need screws. I'll put them in, but I don't think I'll tighten them, you know? That way I can have them at least, you know? Okay, and that's 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I got the 5 inputs, 5 outputs. No. Yeah, out from this into this. Yeah, okay. All right, now what? Run Z-axis filament sensor first layer calibrations. Okay. Actually, that's actually a good point. I really should. Okay, sorry. Before you use the MMU2S, the printer's firmware needs to be updated. Otherwise, the printer will communicate with the new unit. The MMU motherboard can also be updated with new firmware, which comes as a separate file. We'll keep in mind there are slightly different flashing procedures for each board that develops the firmware files for the printer, and the MMU2 can be released independently. Drivers have some firmware files, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So flashing firmware on Windows, I am not hooking up that kind of a cable to it. Or do I actually have to? Like, I'm not really sure how I'm going to flash this. Why can't I put it on, like, the flash card? Huh. So I do genuinely have that kind of cable, but it is hooked up into my microphone, and I'm fairly confident it will lose the feed, but I guess it'll pick it up off of the thing. But if that's what I need to do to do it, right? Like, it is what it is. Connect your printer to your PC using a USB cable. But this is a Chromebook I'm using, so I don't even think I can do that. I don't have a laptop here. I just don't. Let's see what I can do here. Yes, and try USB or micro USB cable. Okay, so there's got to be a way to do it without it sitting immediately next to a tower. Because my computer is in the other room over there, but I don't have like a 40-foot cable. So this is done. It's kind of waiting for what's next. You do not have to disconnect the printer flash process. Make sure you have the correct firmware file for the device you want to update. Okay, cool. Flashing the firmware on Windows. Download the correct firmware for your printer. Note there are different firmware features. Download drivers, package, blah, blah, blah. Connect your printer PC. Connect your printer to PC using USB cable. Type of USB cable in the port depending. Flash unit firmware micro USB connected to PC. Okay. Any other way to do it? Start Prusa slicer and select configuration. Flash printer firmware. New window will appear. Printer should be detected in the serial port box. Click browse and select the download firmware file. Press flash. Yeah, okay. I understand how to do that, but can I do it a different way? Should all be calibrated already? Ish. But yeah, if it needs the firmware, it needs the firmware, right? Okay, so what I am going to do is kind of put that like so. I am going to. I'm not really taking a break, but I need to figure out how I am going to flash the firmware on this, kind of see what my options are. So I will take this with me and I will be right back. Okay, so in theory, it should be good to go because the firmware was last updated in January. This shipped both in March. There hasn't been an update since, so it should work straight out of the box. In theory. I don't know. It has a new piece on it, so it should technically detect it. So what we will do here is move everything so I can actually see what I'm doing. And get those two trays moved. Okay. Just got stuff everywhere now. Okay. So this is the cable that came with that. Okay, so as far as I know, she's good to go, but I haven't loaded filament in it because I just, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna go get the 2 spools of filament, the carbon fiber and the dissolvable material. That file is already on here on the card because I made it in theory. It should work. I have no idea. You're seeing this as I'm seeing it because this isn't scripted. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm fumbling my way through it, and you're seeing me do it in real time. So I'm going to get that so it's at least ready to go. So I'll be right back with that. Okay, so this is the color fab stuff I've had in the dryer for the last, I would say 6-7 hours. So it should be as dry as it's going to be. This is the dissolvable filament. I have not dried this, so this might be garbage right out the gate, but it's still tight. Just trimming off the factory edge here because it's all garbage anyway. Well, at least the things are smooth. All right. No guts, no glory. That's what they say, right? Up. Just can't see where to plug it in, so I'm going to go to the other side. Okay. Will it work? Will it won't? Will it not? I have no earthly idea. There's no filament in it right now because yeah. It's pulling up stuff for the MMU, so in theory it sees it. So like I said, as far as I know, firmware was updated in March. Sorry, in January. This shipped in March, so it should be booted with its up-to-date stuff from out of the box. But I do have extra settings in here. I don't want to turn it all just because of all the stuff that's just hooked up. Load filament, load to nozzle, unload filament, eject, cut. Yeah, so there's a couple extra different settings in here. Firmware 3.9.3-3556. Date January 7th, 2021. Filament sensor. MMU connected. 1.0.6. So that tells me it's up to date. Now, I guess that's technically the hard part, but how do I load filament with the multi-material? Because I really have no idea. Firmware, okay, unloading, I'm unloading, ejecting filament. Okay, so load one of the filaments using LCD media. Go to LCD media, load filament. Okay. Load filament. Okay, yeah, and it gives me options all or 1 through 5. I'm going to load number 1 first. I need to remember which one is 1. 1 is that one. So I got to make sure I put it in the right spot. So this is me learning. I might be off camera for a second, just winding everything. But okay, before I hit load filament 1, I should put it through the baffle first. So I'm going to go do that. You'll probably see me at least a little bit. Baffle number 1. So yeah, so what I want is the top part here. I don't know where you're traveling, but okay. Need that to go. Where does that one go? 1. Okay, that goes over there. That, yeah. I can see this being quite a chore. Like just to load and unload filament. It's not really intuitive, right? But yeah, I guess I'm trying to be careful with. And actually, before I do that, I should really put a sharp tip on that. And then go in, please. Come on, feed. I'm probably genuinely going to find a different baffle system than this, because this is a wee bit tricky. Because if I push it like this, just kind of, yeah. Oh, it popped that. That's why. Okay, so got that wound up there. So let's go load number 1. Load filament. Can't tell if it's doing it. I don't think it's working. MMU needs user attention. Okay. Yes, thank you. Fix the issue and press the button. Okay, what is the issue? That's the question. So I'll open the baffle up. Okay, so it feels like it's trying to load it. But it isn't. It feels like it's jammed. Let's try pulling that out. I don't know what it's not catching on. It's kind of strange. And it's not. It's like it's not going through. It's like the head here is not calibrated, so it's not allowing a pass through. It's like it's just blocked. So let's see here. Load filament. Load 1. It's filament 1, but it looks like it's trying to load filament number 2. Okay, what's the issue? Is there like a MMU okay resuming? Okay, so okay, so the initialization procedure is turned on simultaneously with the printer after the homing procedure. The idle body instincts were started. The homing selector is only started when the selector needs to move, not directly after being put on. Means that the initialization is successful in the case of printer's turn on steering film is loaded, not blocked from moving. During homing procedures, a repeated clicking can be heard. Don't worry about it. It is part of the procedure. Okay. Repeat clicking can be heard. Don't worry about it. It's part of the procedure. That don't seem right. Yeah, something ain't right there. I need to be able to select. Yeah, so let's loading one of the filaments using the control buttons. Using left or right control buttons, move the select position, the core. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's try moving the head. I don't know what it's doing, but it seems to be cycling. What on earth are you doing? Something seems not lined up. That seems to be what the problem is. Yeah, something seems not correct. I think the arm isn't moving. Okay, that's nice. Stop. Okay, now something seems like it's off. Yeah, so something seems off with the head here because it seems like it's stuck, you know? So I'm not too sure how I would fix that right now, but let's see if I can. And the firmware seems to be there. I can see that. Using the left and right control buttons, move the selector position. Yeah, so the roller thing will turn, but I can't get the selector one to move properly. I'm thinking it's going to break it. There's got to be a problem-solving section. Troubleshooting. Incorrect alignment of pulleys. Excessive tightening of idler screws. Incorrect placement PTFE tubes. Insertion tightening. Is this? It won't even move. Like, you can manually move it, but not much. All right. I don't think this thing knows where to put it. It's not gripping it at all. Well, let's. Oh, maybe it's just jammed in there. Can't move. Okay, so let's try not running it into the feed screw yet. Okay. Load filament 3. Like the selector isn't even moving. Okay, selector not working. First, we're powering the printer off and moving the selector by hand. And if that didn't move, we're able to move the selector, release the 3 screws holding the selector motor in place, pull the motor out, then push the smooth rods out with an Allen key. Now you can use the selector. Clear. Okay, it moved now. And it says needs user attention. Okay. Okay, so it moved back, so at least I know it's doing something. Okay. All right, let's turn it off and let it sit for a couple seconds and see what happens. Loud clicking and idler unable to move freely. Well, at least it's common enough it's in here. During the calibration sequence, humming after switching on is a common part of the installations process. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it does not move freely. Why is that? It was moving freely before. I wonder if that stupid knife thing damaged it. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it ain't moving. It's like, do you know what you do? And the answer to that is no. Okay, so I'm going to. The problem this was having with me beforehand was the knife was preventing it from moving. So what I'm going to do is remove said knife because whatever, I can put it back later, but I want it to work now. So I did read there was a lot of problems with this stuff, but you know, I didn't make the thing, right? So I did check it beforehand, and I could run filament through it. It's not like, and the thing did move freely. So I wonder what's maybe the knife just slipped and it's just, you know, jammed in there and doesn't want to move. Come on. Come off. Doesn't help I have to use an Allen key and use like half turns, but I have heard stories of people just saying, you know, I'm not putting the knife on because it just causes too many problems, but maybe that's all it is. It's just jammed up. Come on. So close. One side's off. It doesn't look like it's in the way, but I'm pulling it out anyway. Actually, I think it is blocking something. Okay. How am I going to pull you out? All right, a couple pieces if I need to, but. Oh, that's super hard to move. Is it just poorly greased? Like, dowels move fine. Wonder if it's just torqued too hard. Let's loosen it a smidge. Technically, that did work. The dowels are in, pushing it in too tight. Okay. So we will put this door back on. And try this. So I've taken the knife off and I've loosened the motor. Like I just didn't torque it down as hard. And I left the selector in the middle. So see what happens there. Waiting for the selector to move. It's going. It's moving the idler to number 1. So the arm should technically move. It's not moving. Yeah, that's. Selector not moving. Yeah, selector's not moving. Fix the issue, then press the button on MMU unit. Oh, now it's moving. And it just like keeps forcing itself on the end. I have no idea what that is. Okay. MMU needs user attention. Thank you. Blinking red? No. So nothing's blinking, just one amber light. Selector not moving. Selector's not moving smoothly, or if it cannot reach a certain position, the cause is usually one of the following issues. First, you're powering on off the printer and moving the selector by hand. If you didn't able to move the selector, release the 3 screws holding the selector motor in place. Pull the motor out, then push the smooth rods out with the Allen key. Now you can use it. Move the selector. Clean the stuck filament and release the 3 screws in place. Proceed to the left. See if the selector shaft rotates. If not, the motor may be defective or it is plugged in incorrectly. Okay. The selector blade is loose. If you haven't secured, okay, so I took that out. Pull the smooth rods out and place the black blade back inside. Reassemble. Film is bent and stuck. There's nothing in there right now, technically, so there's nothing to be bent or stuck or anything. While clicking an idler, unable to move freely. Okay, let's power it off. Again. Leave it for a couple seconds. I'm going to move the... Oh, it shouldn't be that hard to move. It's one little thing. Oh, that is super hard to move. But it did move. That I don't get. Rods are turning smooth. Like genuinely, like the little like rods holding it in the parallel position, they just sitting there happy. I turn this thing manually one way or the other, it works just fine. So I don't know. It was working because it just, when it wants to move, it just shows itself all the way to the area number 1, but it does not to number 1. It just maxes itself out and just sits there. It's like there must be like a calibration thing I'm missing or something. Menu structure. Okay, must be one menu is disconnected. Oh, disconnected. Calibration. Pretty sure I did everything right. Okay. It's got to be something just innocuous. MMU fails total, so at least it's understanding that something's. Main calibration. Settings. Filament sensor. I want that on. On off only when MMU is not connected. Okay. Wait, on off. Oh, not. Load filament. Load filament 1. So that god awful clicking thing, they said it was right. So yeah, it's like the selector isn't moving. Like, I don't get the problem with it. But then eventually it moves and just bottoms out. Because the firmware should have just locations of where it should be, right? MMU needs user attention. Okay, cool. And now the selector thing just pushes all the way to the left. And it'll just do this ungodly clicking sound about now. And stop till I click a button. MMU okay, resuming, and then it just sits there. I try to load filament number 5. See if it moves. No, just sits there. Bottoms out. That is the weirdest thing. What is it? Why is it doing that? Selector not moving smoothly or it cannot reach a certain position causes usually one of the following. Selector motor isn't working. Try powering off and on. Selector by hand. If that didn't work, move the selector. Release the 3 screws holding the selector motor in place. Pull the motor out. Then push the smooth rods out with the Allen key. You can now easily move the selector. Clean the stuck filament and release the 3 screws holding the selector motor in place and pull the motor out and try pressing the left and right control buttons. If the motor shaft rotates, if not, the motor may be defective or is plugged in incorrectly. Okay. All right, so let's try that. Turn everything off. I will unplug it. So let's try making sure the the motor is actually, working, right? I mean, it should just be working out of the box, but if maybe it's just a bad one. Like, it's not exactly out of the realm of possibility. Like, but it wants me to keep it working or keep it on. I should pull this open just to be able to get to the screws. I did hook up the right one to the thing. I know that. Okay, one screw. Okay, so pulling the motor out, thing works smooth, so there's no like jam in that sense. Okay, so that's the motor pulled. This moves around like a dream. That's nice. Maybe the motor is shit out of the box. I'll kind of double check where it's plugged in, but I'm fairly confident I put it in the right spot. Okay. Yeah, this just moves around like a dream. So what we'll do, if it's just shit out of the box, like it is what it is, right? Like, I guess I'll call Prusa and tell them. Like, oh, by the way. But I am doing their troubleshooting So the idler, or sorry, the selector can just move like nothing. It's just sitting on the two rods. The selector motor isn't in at all. Still hooked up though. So what I want to try to do is, what does it want me to do? Okay, so first turn it on and off. That didn't work. I did that a couple times already. Release the 3 screws, holding the selector motor in place, pull the motor out. Then push the smooth rods out with the Allen key. Now you can easily move the selector, clean the stuck filament, and release the 3 screws holding the selector motor in place. Pull the motor out. Okay. So I looked. There was nothing's jamming or in the way. So load filament 1. Should error out entirely, but what I'm trying to see is the motor, like when it just fails and this tries to shoot all the way to the left. What I want to see is the motor just turn endlessly. It's user tension, got that. Okay, now the motor is turning. Just endlessly. It's not stopping. It's still going. It's just having a grand old time. It's still going. Well, it's not going to hurt anything just doing that. Okay, so it's not the blade. I've already pulled that. There's only so many wires to go into it, so press the reset button just to stop it from just turning. Okay, so I need to double check the wiring. That seems fair at this point. I'm fairly confident it is done correctly, but you know, at this point I've checked everything else. So go back into this pre-flight check, adjust the PINDA. Yeah, so I already did the adjustment part when I did the nozzle. So let's make sure there isn't some random, because I used all the cables and everything, plugged them all in the right spot. So let's pull up everything here and see where this is. So that motor, so I'm pulling up the diagram here. So that motor should be plugged in to port number 2. I really wish these were different colors, at least, you know? And yeah, I zip tied this stuff together, so let's cut that. Put a screw up here just to hold the thing up. so this one is in second position. Come on. Oh, how did I mess that up? How did that happen? It's only 5 plugs. Okay, so I know you can't really see it, but here, let me try to. Okay, so I'm checking the back end here, right? I was almost positive I did this right. Okay, so back end, maybe I was just looking at it from a bad angle. Yeah, I think, okay, so, yeah, I gotta cut this one too, just because I need to trace this now. Okay, at the end of the day, this is correct. It's plugged in the right spot, but I need to, okay, so I'm gonna pull the board off. I think I put it on backward. Put mixed up 2 of the motors. I think. I don't know yet. Okay, so facing this way, this big fatty goes into port number 1. This one is the back. It goes in number 2. It is in number 3. Number 2 is number 3. Okay, so these 2 are, so these 2 are switched around. So what I'm going to do is literally take them apart. Okay, so I got them apart here. Yeah, I must have just misread that. The other ones seem fine. The other ones look accurate. So it's just these 2 were somehow mixed around, and hopefully I haven't damaged anything. So yeah, so the motor that was having the problem needs to go in the second one, not the third. And this one should go there. So they're effectively reversed. Okay, so what we'll do here with this, I'm gonna stick the motor up here so I can at least put the electronics board back up. Not sure how I did that. Must have saw it as something else, or thought I had the wrong one in my other one, the right one in my hand, or something. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Like, if I put the motor in the wrong thing, it's trying to move the wrong. It's trying to move the wrong, like, motor, like, physically, right? So. How to remount the thing. Okay. This genuinely may have fixed it, but yeah, wait till it's working before I claim victory. screw in. I think this genuinely might be just the fix it needs, but at the end of the day, I have no idea. So. Okay, so everything's back in place. I am not going to redo the tie downs yet because who knows? I can't believe I messed that up. All right, so in theory, it should just work now. You think you would do a self-test and be like, nope, that one's wrong. Load filament. We did say that was normal. Selector's moving now. Okay, I'm pretty sure that fixed it. Let's try to load the filament. So let's try to feed the filament. Load filament 5. Sorry, not filament 4. Should be filament 5. Oh, I haven't even run that one yet. Jeez. Which one is 5? That's the back end. And that one's 1 over the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, not gonna lie, it's a bit of a chore to load the filament, but I guess technically once it's loaded, you just kind of sit there and let it do it, right? And there's different mechanisms you can use. So yeah, there's a lot of passive resistance in the tubes here, which makes me think there's a different. Oh, it's taking it. Okay. So there's a big bowl of it might work now. So I've loaded filaments 1 and 2, 1 and 5. 1 should be the primary. The 5 should be the dissolvable. So go to the main, print from SD. Got the one that says MMU on it. Big bowl of maybe. I at least got the head to work, the selector to work. So I genuinely do not know if this will work. But it's as far as I've gotten so far. So we'll see. If it does start working, the file will take about an hour and change. So if it does start working, I will leave it alone and kind of maneuver the camera here so you can see it as best as you can. But one thing at a time, right? According to the sliced file, it should be fine. According to what I think I got up here, it should be fine, but I don't know. I've never used one. I don't know anyone who has used one, so it's literally shooting in the dark, and I don't know if it's going to work or not at all. Straight up. I can smell the heat off that nozzle already. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't even know if the baffle system is going to work. I don't know. It needs to heat up to 70 degrees on the bed and 260 on the nozzle. But I need to see this thing slide to 1 and then feed. And I don't know if it's going to do it. I don't know. I genuinely do not know. I hope. Like at this point, what else can I don't know what else I can do. I'm sure there's multiple forum posts and whatnot, but you know, I just don't know. And keep in mind, I have taken off the knife assembly, including the lid, just in case that was an issue. It was just one of the checkpoints, but wiring was the last one, and that was what it seems to be what the problem was. So starting to move. You know, the jig is up whether or not this thing is going to load the filament correctly. Like I straight up, your guess is as good as mine. Calibrated well. It's moving to number 1. Son of a bitch. It fed it. I saw it. Just punch through. What's it doing? I think it's just like trying to run the material in. Must be. Okay, you're not printing anything. Hey, you're not printing anything. It's printing nothing. Printing nothing. But it's working-ish. But it's genuinely printing nothing. So cancel that. I wonder if it just needs to load more or whatnot, because something's not cranking. Is it not hot enough? No, it should be right. At least I got the thing that it fed. That's something. I know the extruder is working because I put stuff in it earlier for the test and it worked. So now the gears are working and whatnot. So let's see what's what. But it wasn't printing. Like it was just sitting there. Like it moved around, it was doing the traces, but it wasn't, nothing was extruding. So something just not catching and pushing it further? That doesn't seem right, because it shot it right out. Just try running it again. It's fresh filament, put it in, see what happens, right? So I pulled it back. What are you doing? And it's just homing itself again. Dumping to 1. It dumped it out. It took it back. So I think the thing is working as it should. Maybe it just doesn't like the filament. Yeah, nothing's coming out. Well, it sort of looks like something's coming out, but it isn't. gear's moving? It's pushing filament, but it's pushing it, but it's not pushing it. It's like it's just hasn't gotten to the tip yet. So I think it's working, but it's not working. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to, like, it's not hurting anything right now, just to let it. It's like it's trying to spit it out, but it isn't. I wonder if it's just, I wonder if the G code is a little wrong and hot in isn't hot enough. Unload filament. What does it say? Oh, let's see here. Do I have a box? Not here. Okay, color fab. XTCF20. Specifications. Printing advice. Advised printing temperature 240 to 260. Yeah, heated me out. I had that right. Okay, so what I'm going to do is reset this. So from what I can tell, this is working as it should. I think. Sounds god awful when it's doing that, but unload filament. Put it to polycarbonate because that's the same kind of temperature that it would be to unload it. So what I'm going to do is load something simple on the G code and just run this straight, just to make sure the filament is working, because as it is, it should be fine. Unloading. Just pull it out. No problem. Okay. Let's see here. Let's try to unload the multi-material nozzle thing here. Actually, I should be able to just do that. Can I keep it to the side and just use this? Okay, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to load something super quick on here. Okay. So what I will do is push this the other way entirely. Kind of keep that off to the side. I will take the handle, and this is all pulling the filament from this big stupid thing. Okay, I understand this is not ideal material-wise to do this. I get that. I'm mainly just trying to make sure this thing is working properly, right? Like the filament. I've never printed with this stuff before. So I got one single item and it should work, maybe. Would you like the filament first? Clean the bed. Okay. Now let's load filament first. Load to nozzle. Do I have to use the multi-material thing? Jesus, come on. It's printing nothing. Now the spool is... Okay. So let's turn that off. Kind of reset it. I think it wants to do it through the thing, like all the time now. Let's see here. Can you use Prusa without the MMU? Do you always have to use the MMU with Prusa when installed? Okay, so okay, so what I will do is put that back in. I'll run it as if it's going through number 1 kind of thing, but it's only going to be going through, like, you know, it's only, it's not changing material, right? So I'm just going to let it ride, as it were, right? This multi-material stuff seems like it's more of a hassle than it's worth. Okay. I want that. Let's just feed that up. Push the multi-material thing in the middle. Okay, so I put it to the non-MMU. So I'm going to redo the G code for this. Actually, that shouldn't matter. Load filament. Load filament 1. Must be a weird knack I'm not picking up on it. If I can just get it to print, how about that? Okay, trying to load number 1. Main, print from SD. Okay. Try this again. If I can't get it to work this time, it must be some kind of a setting I'm missing, because it's loading the filament, it's shooting it down the tube, but then it just sits there, not doing anything. It's getting it heated up to temperature. And it's heating up the bed now. Nozzle's to temperature, but not the bed. Still heating the bed. Should kick on soon. It didn't load anything. I think I'm just mixing up with what G code goes where. So I got the filament loaded. I need to make sure it's selected for that, I guess so. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's see if that worked. I think it's just the what kind of printer I'm telling it that it is. Try this. Filament 1. Well, the loading works. Will it print? Currently, I'm having a problem with it printing, like physically laying the material down. I don't get why. You just got to heat the bed up and whatnot, and we'll figure out. I really hope it actually starts printing, because it's kind of, you know, come all this way and kind of wanted to see it working, right? Still heating up the bed. Come on. I want to see you lay down material. Come on. Squirt it. It's like it's trying to do it, but it's like struggling. It is not extruding this filament. Why? Why is it not? Something's amiss with it. It's not going. It's just not flowing at all. The gear is moving. Is it dumping the material somewhere else? Okay, so something's not working correctly. And I don't know exactly what it is. So what I'm going to do... Unload filament. It pulls it out. So that's not the, it's not the problem. It's not the issue. So what is it? You know what? Let's try a first layer calibration. With the filament. Let's try that. Not using the G code, just let's try that. I know it worked a little while ago with different filaments, so I wonder what the deal is with this filament, because I don't think it's because of the nozzle, because it did pump it out with this new nozzle. I like how it has to go like slide around the thing. I guess just to home itself, right? But see if it picks up number one. So it picks up number one, right? Picks it up. It's not a problem, but why isn't it extruding? It just is not extruding. Like at all. It doesn't flow. It isn't flowing. Why isn't it flowing? The gears show it as flowing. Is it just not biting into it as hard as it needs to? That must be it. Because, like, something isn't right. Okay, so something's not right. I don't know what, but something isn't correct. So unload filament. And it should just pull it out. Yeah, not even a care. It's like it's not reaching. It doesn't even look melted. So it looks like it's not even. So I'm going to check the gears here. Something isn't right. Something isn't clicking, you know? So pull the gears. Oh, I'm going to unplug this entirely now. I'm playing with stuff like that. For that, I got my dowels. I don't feel anything. Take a blank piece. Something's amiss. Nothing appears to be leaking. It just seems like it just isn't going down. You know? Like, it seems like all it is. Like, it just isn't going down. It's not pressing itself down. So that tells you there's a problem in here. Am I going to be able to get that down there? Nope. Have I pulled that thing off? Maybe. Okay, let's try cleaning something, because, yeah, this seems to be working as it should, but something in the head here doesn't seem to be firing properly. You can see the gear moving, but you know, I don't even pass that. Gears feel smooth. It did feel like a hard mass down in there. But I can't really, these are long, but it's not quite long enough, right? Hmm. Yeah, it does feel like there's something in there, but I'm not pulling off the nozzle. Maybe this just wasn't tight enough. That seems like it's too tight. All right, let's try that. Okay, put the hose back on. Power. Plug it in, then power. All these needles everywhere. Oh, that hurt a lot. Load filament. Load 1. Okay, so I think it's just the extruder trying to grip it. That's what I think it is, but I don't know. I see the gears turning, but I don't think it might not have been pressing hard enough to pull it down. Yeah, because I'd rather torque it down a little tight than I know it's gripping it, right? Because I think maybe this is what's happening. It just wasn't gripping it tight enough because it is a different kind of material than PLA. It's a carbon fiber reinforced PETG. So I don't know. Maybe I'm grasping at straws at this point. We will see. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't know. But might as well use this opportunity to refresh the bed. It's almost like it tried. It's almost like it tried to, but the end of the filament didn't even look melted at all. Like it. That's kind of why I'm thinking it's the it has to do with the Bondtech gear in here trying to pull it down. That's what I think. I don't know. We'll find out. But on a positive side, we got this part working in theory because it's loading and unloading without a problem at all. So that's good. Still heating up. Heat up faster ish. Needs to get to 270 and 105, which seems a little high, but that's the pre-built setting in the Prusa slicer. So don't really have a reason to doubt it. Just need to start extruding. Well, I'll find out pretty quick here. Not extruding anything. Gears are turning, but no one's home. I don't get that. It isn't running the filament. It's like it's trying to, but it isn't doing it. So I pressed pause. Is it even going down? Like, it feels like it's not even pulling it. Like it hasn't gotten to it or something. Yeah, that can't be that tight. The problem solving continues. Resume. Let's go to the head instructions. Extruder upgrade. Okay. Okay, I did the top part accurately. It is not pushing it through. You can see the gears turning, but I don't think it's going down enough to actually grab it. That's what I think the problem is. I think it's physically not going down deep enough. How do I fix that? Yeah, it's like I don't, like the material isn't moving. So it tells me it pulled it up here, but it's not, the head here isn't, it's not low enough for it to grab it. So it's just twisting on nothing. I genuinely don't see filament in the path. So that is the thing. So I don't know why it's. Why would it? How would I fix that? I wonder. It's like it's just not pushing it forward enough, you know? I know the nozzle works. I know that. But I can't seem to get the material to even to flow out. So unload filament. And this is just working like a dream when it loads and unloads it. That's fine, but I don't think this is shooting it far down enough. Because this at this point, this thing's grabbing it and pulling it, right? But I look at it when it pulls it out. It's not even it's not even melted. It's like a flat tip. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna try something a little different. So I'm not gonna let it sit there independently. I'm gonna try and feed it in myself to get started, right? So trying to solve the problem, right? That just seems like it's not loading it deep enough. That's all. Like it needs to unravel it more or something. So load one, it should just shoot it out here. I am right. Yeah, it's not even slightly melted. So I'm pulling more. What if there's just a kick out length? Because like it just. Oh, you pulled that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, now it's laying it down. Must just be happy to flow. Jeez. Yeah, so, yeah, that was the problem. It just wasn't grabbing it. Can't imagine why it wouldn't do it, but, whatever, I guess. Yeah, no, it is. It's taking it now. So I don't. There must be some reason why it's not kicking it, like pushing it forward enough. I'll have to check the forum, but from a functional standpoint, it is printing and laying down now, which is good. But I don't know if I want to let it sit for 2.4 hours. I let it do a few layers just so I can see what it's, make sure it's like flowing. But as it sits, it's at least working. Let's check that box off at least. Only took 9.5 hours, but you know, progress. Looks like it's flowing smooth. Again, this is the ColorFab CF20 carbon fiber infused PETG, I think it is. So it's a copolyester. I know that. It's not like a nylon X, which is, you know, carbon fiber nylon. I have that as well as nylon G and nylon K. But yeah, I just want to see. I want to see something, right? So it's doing. I'm not going to let it print the whole thing, right? Because, oh, but here's the thing: I can't really try the original thing I wanted to do because if it pulls this out and then tries to kick in the dissolvable filament, it might just go back to square one and not. You know what I mean? So, that is, well, it's one layer. It's relatively stiff. If you can see that, like it holds length. Well, so I'm going to call this test somewhat successful. Somewhat, you know, like it's not like it isn't working, right? I mean, it is working. It's just not working the way I expected it to off the bat because, you know, that was the damnedest thing. Like it's clearly working. It's just the gears weren't grabbing it because it's like it wasn't pushing it down far enough. So I don't know what the deal with that is. Not too sure how I would even fix that. That's got to be a troubleshooting guide. Insufficient tightness? No. Failed to load? No, it loads. Selector not moving, fix that. Filament not extruding during print, miss later. So the extruder keeps moving across the heat bed following instructions G, but the filament is not extruded at all. The hot end of the extruder might be jammed. IR sensor triggered. R value is 1, but the filament didn't reach the bond tech gears. As this happens, the filament sensor is not calibrated properly. Please calibrate the filament sensor as described. Okay, so I did move and change it. So yeah, because I did test the stuff with the new stuff before I put in all the multi-material stuff. So that must be it. It must just be a calibration issue. Yeah. Filament IR sensor triggered. IR value was 1, but the filament didn't reach bond tech gears. It happens if the filament sensor is not calibrated proper. Please calibrate. Go 7.1 IR filament calibration. 7R1. 7.1. How does one calibrate? Okay, so this might be a step I skipped over and assumed I did it already. So that's probably going to be on me. So yeah, first thing, IR filament sensor calibration. This key information to the control unit won't print continually. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Like, shame on me. I get it. So I get it. Okay, so I'm gonna let it go because it's clearly working now. Higher value, loosen the Prusa screws. Okay, so at least seems like a relatively simple procedure, which is good. But I want to let this thing continue. At least I know how to fix it, so that's good. Keep it open to that page. Because I've never printed in carbon fiber anything before. So I'm really curious how it'll work, how well it will work. I can tell it's I can tell it's at least using materials, so that's good. This is in draft mode, so it should lay it down relatively thick, and it is. Okay. So it wasn't laying down anymore. It's just like caking onto the nozzle. Unload. Yeah, at least it looks melted this time. Move axis, move Z. And you get a nice just chunk on it. So it was working so well, and then it just decided to clump. Okay. PTG is supposed to be really stringy, gooey stuff, right? As far as I can remember. But pull this off, and that is hot. That is really hot. Yeah, no, it was working, and then it started to clump. So I don't know what the deal with that is, but I don't have much experience printing with carbon fiber. So, let alone stuff that is PETG carbon fiber. I'm just straight up not familiar with it. So, I will. what will I do? Let's see here. Okay, that's a little better now. It's the little ring. So that's what it got so far, like before it stopped, right? And yeah, it didn't complete anything. It just wasn't. It just stopped. Well, it's not like it did. It's not like it stopped extruding. It kept going. It just kept pounding, like sticking to the nozzle there. I don't know why. But it is a very interesting material. It looks pretty. Like, I know the camera can't really do it justice, but it's got a really nice matte black finish to it. That's actually really nice. And the textured thing, that makes it look, that's even nicer. But it's got to lay down, you know? So, yeah, it's got no strength because it's like one layer, right? But, well, I got it to work. That's something. It's not working well. So let's try doing the IR sensor calibration. Before you start, make sure the filament is not loaded. It is not loaded. Unscrew the Festo fitting on the extruder. Okay. I'll push that to the side. Where's my... Okay, took that off. I got a thing of filament here, so that's good. Open the LCD menu, support sensor info. Support. Sensor info. Loosen the M3 screws in the chimney, the green marks are the top ones. Okay. Pinda Finda IR. Okay. IR says 1. Loosen the M3 mark. Move the chimney as far left as possible. Right, make sure the R value is 0. Okay. Come on. Loosen the M3 screws on the chimney grid marks. Move the chimney as far left as possible. Red arrow. Chimney. I need to unscrew this, don't I? Yeah, it just stays at 1. Yeah. Move the chimney far left if possible. Make sure the R value is 0. It is not. Yeah, R value, it still thinks it's 1. On the LCD menu, sensor state 001. So right now I think something's there. It is not there. Okay. And it's just constantly in 0, or sorry, at 1. And yeah, status doesn't change. Open the LCD menu, support sensor menu, focus on IR value. It says 1. Loosen both the execution and chop chimney, green marks, which are these 2 screws. Okay. Move the chimney as far left as possible. Make sure the R value is 0. Okay. So the allocated lines of gears apart. Yeah, it's stuck at 1. It should say 0 when it's open like that. Yeah, the sensor is not changing status at all. It's rather discouraging. So I wonder, sensor on too tight, too loose. Now the infrared says 0, so at least I know there's a signal going to it. All right, there's a signal going to it at least. It won't change status. So that's pretty much one of the only things I got left to fix on this thing. But, you know, 0, everything's zeroed out. So this thing should say nothing. It's looking for filament. No, it's looking for like just something in its path. Like the second I plug it in, 1. So what does 1 mean? Far left as possible, which means pushing something in the way of it. It should be, yeah, this isn't changing status. Yeah, it just isn't changing its status. If I unplug it, it goes to 0. So I know it's sensing something's there, right? So not much to the board. It's just a little tiny thing. Yeah, it's just looking for like a break in a magnetic field kind of thing, right? You know, unplugged 0, plugged in 1, but it just will not, it's not triggering. I wonder if it's not, or is it non-functional or something ever since it got moved. Let's see. IR permanently stuck on 1. Infrared sensor on Prusa stuck on 1. Yeah, so it's stuck on with no go to sports sensors. I always stuck on 1 with no filament insertable. Looking for error values. And note when there switches to 1, out of space or below. And so there's nothing that moves it to 0. Push the seal ball back in the path of the arrow sensor. It's a solid permanent fix to break down an extruder to get the level. It'd be great if you built some unit tests or assemble. Best thing about the sensor, easy to get to. Just one screw to hold the cap on. Need just one extruder. Yeah, that's true. IR filament sensor troubleshooting. Okay, so let's go back to the assembly instructions just to make sure I somehow didn't miss something there as well, like I did before. Extruder upgrade, okay. Remove the ball piece, put that in, I did that. Plug it in upside down. Durr. Okay, well, that's. Am I just tired? Like, geez, like I'm just putting things in. Yeah, that works now. Am I just tired now? Geez, I don't know. Works now, I guess. I don't know. So tighten this back up. It's permanently stuck on one. Like, yeah, it's there. No. Yay for me. As I'm constantly just testing it to make sure it's working. Okay. Now we try something else. Man. Load filament. Load one. Oh, shit. Load filament 5. So with the IR sensor working now, I mean, toggling back and forth, it might print the short thing I was trying to print initially. So we'll print from SD HR178 MMU code. Will it work? Your guess is as good as mine, because currently I'm batting 1,000, and every single thing that's been wrong has been because I put it in backwards. So, yeah. All right, at least upgrade, fix the sensor, so now it's actually going to push it down enough. So according to this, the support material should quit it, and then, okay, so laying down primary material should be 1, soluble material should be 5. I hope that's right. It did say Extruder 5 and Extruder 1 on Prusa, so on the Prusa slicer. So we will see. I cleaned up the gobs of goo. Must be a way to prevent that. Must be a flow rate thing. Like it's not flowing fast enough out of the nozzle, kind of thing. You know. Then it's just catching, and then just once it just catches on that, right? So it must be a flow rate thing. I did read someone had to kick up the speed on it to like 113% or something like that, but I don't know. I guess to be fair, I can I think I can manually speed that up, but I'll have to check on that. I think we'll kick it up to 110% just because and see how that works. We can't do anything yet. It hasn't started. So I was curious how it's going to go back and forth, cycling between the two materials. I really don't know how effective that's going to be, and especially using this baffle system. I keep calling it a baffle system. I'm sure it's called something else, but I wonder how well it will work. Right? I genuinely don't know. I should go to 1 and then give me the carbon fiber. Should. Push it. There we go. Now, if it pulls it and catches it and lets it print is another question. Yeah, it's yanking it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. So tune speed 110. So I think it's putting in a wipe tower right now. And it's speeded up to 110 just to kind of. I just don't know. Speed 115. Grasping at straws here, man. At least it's flowing. Let's go with that. I think it's only an array of 6 parts, and I'm really just concerned about like first and second layers because after that, I'm pretty sure it'll just stick. So far, so good. Ish. It's at the very least putting the material down. And I think I spoke too soon a little bit. There's clearly some fine tuning, but what I'm curious about is how it. Like I'm genuinely curious how it replaces, like it dumps out the material and cycles it. So far so good. This is the original thing I wanted to test from the get go. So The higher speed does seem to help it. Oh, what's it doing now? It is doing something. I think it's trying to purge what's in the. It's doing stuff to the white block. Okay, so it is pulling out line 1, and it should dump to line 5. It pulled it. Will it print it? Can't tell. I don't think it's gone in yet. Okay, it is, but it's not sticking. It's purging. Okay, so technically it's working. It's just not working well. So what it's doing is it's trying to do the white, put this dump out in the white block, but what's happening is it's sticking everywhere. So this might work better with PLA because there's some kind of an issue with this. So yeah, oh, it's everywhere. Let's stop that. Let's unload. Let's load. Which one is that? That is unload. It's line 5. Yeah. It's really hard to tell. It's like translucent material too. Oh yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Let's see your settings. Move axes. Move Y up. Yeah, this stuff here's got a really nasty stringing issue. I'll have to look up ways to solve that, but yeah, that's just everywhere. But you know, the material when it lays down is pretty stiff. I'm not gonna lie, because it holds a parallel line pretty good. Pulling all this off. So it works, but it doesn't work well. So there's a bit of fine tuning to go still, but you know, at least solved a few problems, got a couple things working. So yeah, I think I'm going to call that for this video. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the comment section below. As always, like and subscribe. And until the next time, have a good one.